Chapter 3168. The Lien heir led the army this time as a representative of Prince Lien and shouldered a heavy responsibility. The others could admit defeat and surrender, but he could not. If he surrendered to Ji Tianxing, he would be trampling on Prince Lien's face. Since he couldn't win, the Lien heir would rather die in battle. And he wanted to die tragically and heroically. This way, even if he died, Prince Lien would confer him a posthumous title and reward him, and treat his family well. If he surrendered and survived, the fate of his family could be imagined. Given Prince Lien's personality, he would definitely execute his entire family to vent his hatred and resentment. Bastard die. The Lien heir transformed into a streak of light that pierced through the night sky, charging in front of Ji Tianxing and slashing down with his twin sabers. You're courting death. Ji Tianxing frowned slightly, then expressionlessly raised his right hand and swept out with his sword. It was just a casual sweep of the sword, seemingly without any order. But his attainments in the sword Dao had long reached the pinnacle. Every move he made contained the true intent of the sword Dao and the power of multiple laws. Boom! With a dull explosion, the two dazzling saber lights exploded into pieces. The Lien heir was also sent flying, vomiting blood as he crashed 100 miles away. Even though Ji Tianxing was the same as him, both being 8th level Divine Lord realm strength. But the difference in their combat strength was huge, at least 10 times greater. Even if the Lien heir used all his strength, he could not block Ji Tianxing's casual strike. Seeing the Lien heir sent flying with a single move and heavily injured, everyone trembled with fear, chills running down their spines. The dozens of high-ranked divine lords were all pondering. The Lien heir and Liang Jianqing were the strongest among them, but they could not block a single move from Ji Tianxing. If it were them, they would probably be insta-killed by Ji Tianxing. As a result, many high-ranked divine lords were nervous. But the Lien heir had already attacked. They could not just stand there and watch, so they could only brace themselves and charge. Kill. Everyone attacked together. I would rather die standing than live kneeling. Liang Jianqing and Yi Liang'an both roared loudly. With hearts full of solemn and stirring feelings, they launched an attack on Ji Tianxing. The two of them attacked from the left and right, brandishing their divine swords and using their ultimate killing moves. Limitless Sword Ripple. Sky-splitting Sun Chop. Even though the two of them had given it their all and unleashed their strongest killing moves, the two of them were unable to stop each other. The giant sword that was thousands of feet long and had hundreds of dazzling sword lights. Its power was indeed astonishing. However, their sword Dao divine abilities paled in comparison to Ji Tianxing's. Ji Tianxing put his left hand behind his back and held the sword of burial of heaven in his right hand. In an instant, 36 sword lights shot out. Sun-shattering sword. 36 rainbow-colored sword lights instantly destroyed the giant sword and the hundreds of dazzling sword lights. Bang! 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 Muffled explosions could be heard as fragments of divine light rained down from the sky. Liang Jianqing and Yi Liang'an were both hit by a few swords. Blood spurted out from their bodies as they screamed and flew backward for dozens of miles. Ji Tianxing used only one move to heavily injure Liang Jianqing and Yi Liang'an. Such divine might cause the 40-plus high divine lords to be even more terrified and fearful. But the crowd had already followed Liang Jianqing and Yi Liang'an, roaring as they launched an attack. He couldn't give up halfway, right? Everyone had no choice but to grit their teeth and unleash all their divine abilities to besiege him. Swish. Swish. Everyone was using all kinds of divine abilities and consummate skills. Dazzling divine light shot out and covered the sky. The saber light and sword shadows that filled the sky were like a torrential flood, pouring down on Ji Tianxing and drowning his figure. At this moment, the 15,000 giant swords floating in the night sky emitted a dazzling light and stabbed down at the crowd. Swish. 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 Violent sword intent enveloped the 40-plus high divine lords. Bam. 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 Boom. Boom. There was an earth-shattering explosion as the divine abilities and consummate skills that everyone had used were shattered by the sword light. Immediately after, the dense rain of sword light blasted into the crowd, drowning the figures of many high divine lords. The high divine lords who had been charging forward bravely without regard for their own safety were instantly scattered by the rain of sword light and fled pathetically. However, fleeing and dodging were useless. The area within 100 miles was completely filled with sword light. There was nowhere to run. Blood mist burst out from the crowd, and shrill screams could be heard. One after another, high divine lords had their limbs and divine bodies severed by the sword light before exploding into clouds of bloody mist. Even the godheads that were fleeing in panic could not escape the fate of being killed by the sword light. They were all shattered into pieces. The number of high divine lords was rapidly dwindling. Lien Er, Liang Jianqing, and Yi Liang were also severely injured and were powerless to reverse the situation. Not far away, the 300-plus elites watched with trepidation. Their souls almost left their bodies and they were in extreme despair. Many people lost their will to fight as their willpower collapsed. They could no longer fight as they fled in all directions in a frenzy, letting out indistinct and horrified roars. Soon, misfortune befell them. More than 2,000 giant swords flew over, forming a dozen sword blade storms that swept through the crowd. Anyone who was swept up by the storm, regardless of whether they were 9th-level celestial gods or low-level divine lords, was smashed into pieces and their godheads shattered. In less than 100 breaths, the 300-plus elites were all killed by the sword light. Not a single one was left. And at this moment, more than half of the 40-plus high divine lords were killed by the 10,000 swords. Only a dozen or so high divine lords were left, and they were still resisting, struggling to hold on. These dozen or so people were the strongest and most powerful among the many experts. They included Lien Er, Liang Jianqing, Yi Liang, the Four Directions divine generals, and the three elders Pixing. However, the 13 high divine lords were all covered in blood. Their hair was disheveled and they were severely injured. They looked very wretched. The high divine lords with the worst injuries had their arms or legs cut off. One of them was almost cut in half at the waist. At this point, the battle was about to end. No matter how the 13 high divine lords erupted or what trump cards they used, they could not change the outcome of their deaths. And Ji Tianxing was still completely unharmed. The heaven-destroying sword formation was still intact, operating firmly and powerfully. 7 Stars Sword. While a high divine lord was blocking the sword rain, Ji Tianxing appeared behind him and stabbed repeatedly with his sword. With a muffled explosion, the high divine lord did not even have the chance to scream before his divine body was destroyed. Pieces of flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The others were so angry that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. They all charged at Ji Tianxing and attacked with all their might. Ji Tianxing's figure flashed and he teleported behind a high divine lord and stabbed rapidly with his sword. Bam! The burial of heaven's sword instantly stabbed into the high divine lord's back. A dazzling divine light burst out and blasted him into smithereens. A godhead flew out from the bloody mist and instinctively fled into the distance. Ji Tianxing swung his sword again and chopped the godhead into pieces. Just like that, one high divine lord after another was killed by Ji Tianxing. When a few high divine lords died one after another and the 3 elders Pixing were also killed, only the 4 Directions divine general, Liang Jianqing, Yi Liang, and Lien Er were left. The crowd finally could not hold on any longer. Lien Er and Liang Jianqing looked at each other and used all their strength to self-destruct. Chapter 3169. The Lien Er and Liang Jianqing had been forced into a corner and could only self-detonate. Other than that, they could not think of any other way to hurt Ji Tianxing. The two of them lit up with dazzling divine light as their divine bodies shook violently, emitting a dangerous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Yi Liang and the 4 Directions divine generals were shocked to see this, and their expressions became extremely complicated. They instinctively wanted to retreat and persuade the Lien Er and Liang Jianqing. However, they were well aware of the situation. Self-detonation would kill them, but not self-detonation would still kill them. Since they were going to die either way, they might as well self-detonate. They might even be able to hurt Ji Tianxing and destroy this damn sword formation. Thus, The Four Directions Divine Generals and Yi Liang, and also made up their minds and self-detonated at the same time. When they ignited their godheads, blood flames soared from their bodies, and their bodies shook violently, emitting an incomparably violent aura. Everyone was in great pain, and they were filled with anger and hatred. They glared at Ji Tianxing and let out angry roars. "Bastard! You forced us to do this! Brat, let's welcome death together. Even if we die, we'll drag you down with us. Let's go to hell together, ha!" It looked like the 7 high-level divine lords were about to self-detonate. When that happened, the entire heaven-vanquishing sword formation would be destroyed, and everything within 100,000 miles would be razed to the ground. At this critical juncture, Ji Tianxing made a choice that left everyone dumbfounded. He unleashed his strongest power and used the heaven-capturing dragon claw to grab the Lian heir. Swoosh! The golden dragon claw instantly grabbed the swollen Lian heir and pulled him in front of Ji Tianxing. What was even more incredible was that Ji Tianxing's unparalleled divine power actually sealed the Lian heir. He forcibly suppressed the Lian heir's self-detonation. Then, he used his divine consciousness to control the heaven-vanquishing sword formation and deactivated it. Shwa! With a flash of light, the 25,000 sword lights of the heaven-destroying sword formation, which had covered 1,000 miles, disappeared without a trace. That was not all. Ji Tianxing swung the sword of burial of heaven and used an ultimate technique. Rising Dragon Slash. He brazenly swung his sword and slashed out a golden dragon shadow between him, the Four Directions godly generals, Liang Jianqing, and Yi Liang and the 100-mile-long sword light that looked like a golden dragon tore through the night sky and split the area into two. A huge spatial crack appeared between the two. The two of them were clearly 200 miles apart, but they were in different spaces. Liang Jianqing, Yi Liang and the Four Directions divine generals were all dumbfounded. They simply couldn't believe that Ji Tianxing was actually able to slash through the night sky and create a huge spatial rift. It can even cut through space? Just how powerful is he? Only a godly king expert can cut through the void. Looks like we were right. He is really a godly king expert. No wonder. We didn't lose for nothing. The 6 Sir Gods exclaimed and exclaimed. They had mixed feelings. However, they didn't have time to think. In the next moment, they suddenly exploded, turning into 6 balls of dazzling light that were like the scorching sun, blooming with the most dazzling colors in the night sky. That was the most dazzling moment in their lives. It was also the last moment. Boom, 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 boom. 6 consecutive earth-shattering explosions were heard. It was like a super loud sound that reverberated in the sky. Boundless divine flames and light spread out in all directions, engulfing everything in its path. The ground within a 100-mile-long crater was blasted into the ground and dust was stirred up. However, the shockwave that was aimed at Ji Tianxing was blocked by the spatial crack after it spread for 100 miles. The destructive shockwave rushed out of the spatial crack and into the vast void. Of course, the spatial crack was only 100 miles wide. It was like a 100-mile-long chasm. Even more 5-colored shockwaves swept across from other places, illuminating the night sky as bright as day. A 100-mile-long crater was blasted into the ground. Ji Tianxing stood next to the spatial crack. The area within a 100-mile-long radius around him was calm and very safe. The Lian heir's self-detonation was suppressed. His godhead was heavily damaged, and more than half of his body was burned. He was on the verge of death. However, he was still conscious. He witnessed this scene with his own eyes and was extremely shocked. It was so shocking that he almost lost his ability to think. His mind was blank. There was only one word left. It's over. The 13,000-strong army was completely annihilated. He was the only survivor, but he had fallen into Ji Tianxing's hands. His life was no longer in his own hands. He wasn't worried about his own safety. After all, he would die in the end. What he was more worried about was that the self-detonation of so many Sir Gods would destroy everything within a 100-mile-long radius. And Raging Flame Royal City was 150,000 miles to the south. If the shockwave swept through Raging Flame Royal City, the consequences would be unimaginable. The destructive shockwaves spread until they were 100,000 miles away before their power gradually weakened. When they were 150,000 miles away, the five-colored shockwaves gradually dissipated. From the explosion point to the north, there were mountains and valleys for hundreds of thousands of miles. Now, they had all been razed to the ground and turned into ruins. And to the south, there were flat grasslands all the way to the outside of Raging Flame Royal City. There was no doubt that the hundreds of thousands of miles of plains had also been flattened, and the earth had been shaved off nearly 100,000 feet. The destructive shockwaves spread all the way to the outside of Raging Flame Royal City and gradually dissipated when they were about to reach the city walls. The Great City Protection Array in the north of Raging Flame Royal City was affected by the shockwaves and automatically activated. In the brightly lit Royal City, countless people saw the divine light that covered the sky and the earth, the power that could destroy the world. Countless people were frightened. They screamed and shouted in horror, and some even prepared to run away. For a moment, the originally quiet Raging Flame Royal City became lively. Countless people walked out of their homes and onto the streets, looking up at the night sky in the north and discussing spiritedly. The ordinary people didn't know what was going on. That boundless divine light didn't seem to be the result of a great battle between experts. After all, no one could release such a terrifying divine light. Therefore, many people guessed that it was some kind of anomaly or some kind of omen. And in the royal palace of Raging Flame Royal City, when the king of Raging Flame heard the news, his face darkened on the spot, and his eyes flashed with deep hatred and disappointment. He was well aware that it wasn't some kind of anomaly, but the self-destruction of a divine lord. Moreover, the self-destruction of a divine lord couldn't have such great power. It must have been caused by the self-destruction of many divine lords at the same time. The answer was obvious. He had already guessed that Yi Liang-an, the Four Directions divine generals, and the experts of the royal palace wouldn't be able to come back. Moreover, the shockwaves of the self-destruction had spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, and the 13,000 troops would definitely have died. However, after the grief and anger, there was only one question left in his mind. The power of the self-destruction was so terrifying. That bastard Tianxing should be dead, right? If they died together, the sacrifice of the 13,000 troops would be worth it. Chapter 3170. Outside the palace. Inside the resplendent palace. This time, Prince Lien wasn't in the secret chamber. He was standing on the roof of the palace, silently gazing at the northern night sky. The cold wind whistled, blowing his long hair and gold-threaded black robe back and forth. Two attendants dressed in black stood quietly behind him. Even though the overwhelming divine power shockwave had dissipated a long time ago, Prince Lien still stood on the roof of the palace. But Prince Lien stood motionless on the roof and continued to stare at the northern night sky without saying a word. King City was bustling with noise and excitement. Everywhere was brightly lit, and people were moving about. Prince Lien wasn't affected at all. He muttered to himself, "Lien Air, Liang Jianqing, and the 13,000 people have completed their mission. The battle is over. They still lost." Prince Lien's voice was low, cold, and solemn, with a hint of exhaustion and self-mockery. But he was strangely calm. He didn't get angry or curse. Perhaps he had already predicted the outcome of tonight's battle. Or maybe he had been defeated by Ji Tianxing for so long that he was numb to it. The two attendants behind him hurriedly comforted Prince Lien. "Don't worry, Your Highness. The destructive shock wave must have been caused by the self-destruction of many divine lords. Although second brother and sect leader Liang have sacrificed themselves, their sacrifice was worth it. But their sacrifice was worth it. That D***Emin beast Tianxing must have been killed by the explosion. Your Highness, I've already sent a spy to Celestial Dragon Mountain to investigate. Please wait for a moment. We'll have the results and news soon." The status and position of these two attendants were both lower than Lien Air. But they were also Prince Lien's confidants. His personal guards were named Lien San and Lien Si respectively. Prince Lien shook his head and said calmly, "No need to wait. I've already guessed the result. If Lien Air and Liang Jianqing could really kill Tianxing, why would they self-destruct? Besides, I know Tianxing's strength and prowess better than anyone else. Even if he withstood the shockwave of the explosion, he would at most be slightly injured. He definitely won't die. Lien San and Lien Si looked at each other, both showing worry and anxiety. But when they saw Prince Lien so pessimistic and depressed, they didn't know how to console him. At this time, Grand Prince Lien looked up at the night sky again and said in a sorrowful tone, "The 9 great sects are gone, and the elites of the He Tian sect branch are all dead. Even the imperial army under Chang Yi's command suffered heavy casualties, their strength greatly reduced. This king spent 20 years to develop this situation and secretly control this divine kingdom. But now, there is nothing left. Tianxing, he really is this king's old enemy." Grand Prince Lien closed his eyes and heaved a long sigh. His tone was filled with hatred and unwillingness. Both Lien San and Lien Si could see that Prince Lien was extremely sad and indignant, but he had no choice but to suppress his emotions and try his best to remain calm. If he kept it bottled up in his heart and couldn't find an outlet, it would be easy for problems to arise. Thus, the two of them hurriedly advised, "Your Highness, the night wind is cold here. You should return to the hall to wait and rest." "Your Highness, we've only suffered a temporary setback. When you recover, that brat will definitely be executed." As they spoke, the two of them supported Prince Lien on his left and right and were about to return to the hall to rest. However, Prince Lien shook them off and sneered with anger, "This king's injuries have mostly recovered. Do I still need you to support me? Am I that weak?" The two of them hurriedly bowed and apologized. Prince Lien didn't pursue the matter and said expressionlessly, "No need to rest. Go pack up and gather all the attendants. We should leave." "Leave this palace?" Lien Si was startled, his face full of surprise. Lien San thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "The defensive power of this palace is much weaker than before. It's weakened by several times. Now that all the forces under your Highness's command have been destroyed, we have no one to use. Only within the palace, there are still a large number of experts protecting it. Only then will your Highness be safe." Lien Si finally understood and hurriedly agreed, "That's right. Then I'll go gather the attendants now." Seeing that the two of them had misunderstood, Prince Lien frowned and said in a deep voice, "You two idiots. When did I say we're going to the palace? With the few men under Chang'e, if Tianxing really wants to kill his way into the capital, can they stop him? I'm asking you to gather the attendants and pack up. We're leaving the capital." In his anger, Prince Lien spoke more bluntly. The meaning of these words was that they were going to pack up and run away. Lien San and Lien Si were surprised and puzzled. They muttered in their hearts, "It can't be like this, right? Is it really that serious?" After hesitating for a moment, Lien San asked tentatively, "Your Highness, where should we go after we leave the Raging Flame capital? Don't tell me you're going back to the capital?" Prince Lien turned to glare at him and scolded, "Why would I go back to the capital? To let those bastards see me as a joke? I'm going to the heavenly sect. My injuries haven't healed, so I need to recuperate in seclusion." The heavenly sect he was talking about was the headquarters of the Great Yen Empire. As for injuries haven't healed and need to recuperate, it was an excuse. His injuries were clearly 80% healed. Lien San and Lien Si completely understood Prince Lien's meaning. They did not say anything else and hurriedly carried out the order. Prince Lien was still standing on the roof, looking coldly at the night sky in the north. He stood there for a long time before he turned and left. The Sky Dragon Mountain from before had long ceased to exist. The area within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had long been turned into deep pits and ruins. After the shock wave of the self-detonation ended, Ji Tianxing was unscathed. Lien Er's self-detonation had been suppressed. His divine body and godhead were sealed, and he could not move like a stone statue. Ji Tianxing carried him in his hand and patrolled the battlefield, plundering a small amount of spoils. Most of the spoils were destroyed by the shock wave of the self-detonation. In the end, only about 30 spatial rings, more than 10 pieces of high-grade monarch equipment, and dozens of godhead fragments were left. These items were scattered near the spatial rift and had not been affected by the explosion. What a pity! The spatial rings and equipment of more than 13,000 people must be worth hundreds of millions. Ji Tianxing furrowed his brows and sighed inwardly. Fortunately, the spatial rings, divine weapons, and godhead fragments he had obtained were all from the high-grade divine lords. Although there were not many of them, they were still valuable. After putting away the spoils, he carried Lian air and flew into the night sky. Soon, he disappeared into the horizon. He did not continue south, nor did he directly attack Monarch City. This was because he had kept Lian air alive for the time being. There was still a big use for him. 4 hours later, Ji Tianxing flew 200,000 miles away and hid in a remote mountain range. He began to interrogate Lian air. Lian air was Prince Lian's absolute confidant and knew a lot of information and secrets. Ji Tianxing wanted to learn more about Prince Lian through this person. Chapter 3171. The Lian heir was very loyal to Prince Lian, and he was unyielding. No matter how Ji Tianxing interrogated him, he kept his mouth shut and didn't reveal a single word. When Ji Tianxing saw this, he wasted no more time and killed the Lian heir. Then he took out the Lian heir's godhead and circulated his energy to refine it, stripping the memories from his soul. This method was simple and crude, but it had its drawbacks as well. Directly refining the memories from the godhead was often incomplete. There would be many omissions. Moreover, the Lian heir was already heavily injured. He had even ignited his godhead and self-detonated. Although his self-detonation had been suppressed by Ji Tianxing, his godhead was still damaged. Not only was his primal qi greatly damaged, but his strength had also plummeted. Even his memories were incomplete and damaged. Even if Ji Tianxing refined his godhead, he didn't know how much of his soul memories he could obtain. Under such circumstances, whether he could obtain key secrets and information would depend on his luck. A black pagoda hovered in a cave in the belly of a mountain. Ji Tianxing entered the divine pagoda and circulated his energy to refine the godhead in the distorted spacetime. Only 2 hours had passed in the outside world, but he had spent 4 days in the distorted spacetime. These 4 days were enough for him to refine the Lian heir's godhead and strip the memories from his soul. Ji Tianxing was pleasantly surprised by the results. At the same time, he felt slightly depressed and regretful. This was because Ji Tianxing had obtained many of Prince Lian's secrets from the Lian heir's memories. This included Prince Lian's background, experience, inner thoughts and goals, as well as what he had done over the years. He was very clear about it all. Ji Tianxing even knew the thoughts of the Great Yan Emperor and the Great Yan Prince, as well as many secrets of the Great Yan Empire. What interested him the most was that there was a very important thing in Lian heir's memory. 9 years ago, a faction in the Great Yan Empire discovered a mystic realm within the empire's borders. Those experts accidentally entered the secret realm and discovered a divine palace. It seemed to be the cave dwelling of a god-king expert. The experts were so excited that they rushed into the cavern with hearts full of excitement. They had thought that it would be a great opportunity. They would be able to obtain a king-grade divine artifact and the inheritance of a god-king. But they did not expect that what awaited them was danger and death. They had triggered a king-grade divine formation outside the cave, and 3 of them had been killed on the spot. Only 2 of them survived, and they fled the secret realm in a panic. After the news spread, many top forces swarmed over, trying all kinds of ways to break the cave mansion's formation. However, any random king-grade divine formation around the cavern would take those forces a few months, or even a year or 2, to break through. The matter became more and more intense, and gradually, more top forces found out about it. Even the royal family of the Great Yan Empire knew about this. Hence, the Great Yan Emperor sent many experts and the Imperial Guard to occupy the mystic realm. Great Yan's emperor's intention was clear. He wanted to monopolize the mystic realm. This incurred the displeasure of many factions. Dozens of top forces joined forces to resist the Great Yan imperial family. In the face of king-grade divine artifacts, techniques, secret techniques, and inheritances, all the participants were envious. They swore to reap the benefits. To maintain the stability of the empire, the great Yan emperor had no choice but to compromise. In the end, the 50 factions came to a consensus and formed an alliance to keep this a secret. They would explore the mystic realm together. As for how to split the loot after the cave abode was opened, the various factions had different opinions. Fortunately, there were too many divine formations in the cave abode. They could not break through them in a short time. Hence, the 50 factions patiently explored and broke through the divine formations bit by bit. Now that 9 years had passed, they had made great progress in their exploration of the God King's cave abode. At the very least, they had figured out one thing. It was indeed a God King's cave abode. It was called the Green Jade Divine Palace. It should be the Green Jade Divine King's residence. At the mention of the Green Jade Divine King, the story from 10,000 years ago had to be brought up. 10,000 years ago, the Green Jade Divine King walked out of the Great Yan Empire and rose to prominence. His name was known throughout the northern region. First published on the Chinese website. Although the Green Jade Divine King had vanished thousands of years ago, his whereabouts were unknown. However, there was evidence that the Green Jade Divine King had lived in the Great Yan Empire for at least 3,000 years. One could imagine that the Green Jade Divine King had lived in the cave abode for 3,000 years. Who knew how many divine items, treasures, and cultivation insights he had left behind? If any divine lord could obtain the Green Jade Divine King's inheritance, cultivation insights, and divine artifacts, it would be a great opportunity. Not only would they have a chance to become a legendary God King, but their combat strength would also increase exponentially. In any case, after confirming the owner of the cave abode, the 50 factions became even more frenzied. The Heavenly Unity sect behind Prince Lien was, naturally, one of the 50 factions. They wanted a share of the loot in the future. Prince Lien had been active in the Fiery Flame and Blood Flame Divine Nations. However, his heart was always on the Green Jade Divine Palace. Once the Green Jade Divine Palace opened and the 50 factions wanted to enter, he would put everything aside and rush to the Green Jade Divine Palace. After all, it was his greatest opportunity and hope to become a God King. If he could obtain the Green Jade Divine King's inheritance, cultivation insights, divine artifacts, and divine abilities, he would have a chance to become a God King. Once he became a peerless God King, he would be able to seek revenge on the Great Yan Emperor for killing his mother and seize the throne. Then, he would deal with Ji Tianxing, and he would be able to easily kill him and take revenge. After learning this secret, Ji Tianxing was in a good mood. He smiled playfully. You want to enter a God King's palace and obtain his inheritance and king-grade divine artifact? Prince Lien, oh Prince Lien, I'm afraid you won't have a chance in this lifetime. Ji Tianxing muttered to himself. Suddenly he muttered the Green Jade Divine King's name and frowned in confusion. Green Jade Divine King? Where have I heard this name before? Ji Tianxing thought about it seriously for a long time, and finally had an impression of it. I remember now. In my past life, I came to the Boundless Heaven continent to look for Crimson Sun Divine Gold to improve the quality of the Burial of Heaven sword. I met this person in the Raging Flame Sea area and even fought with him because of a misunderstanding. This person was also a God King who cultivated the Sword Dao and created 2 Sword Dao divine abilities. But he was completely defeated by me in one move. Ji Tianxing's memories immediately became clear. He remembered that when he met the Green Jade Divine King back then, he had exchanged 3 moves with him. Each time, the Green Jade Divine King's sword move was easily broken by him. At that time, the Green Jade Divine King was at the 3rd firmament realm and was traveling the Boundless Heaven continent, pursuing higher Divine Dao realms and Sword Dao profundities. Meanwhile, he had just broken through to the God King realm not long ago and was still at the 1st firmament Divine King realm. But he defeated the Green Jade Divine King very easily. It was precisely because of this that the Green Jade Divine King was very shocked and also felt reverence and admiration for him. Not only did the 2 of them not become enemies, the Green Jade Divine King even apologized to him and sincerely asked for guidance on Sword Dao profundities. At that time, Kenshin saw the Green Jade Divine King's sincere attitude and casually gave him a few pointers. In the end, the words woke him up. The Green Jade Divine King came to a realization and bowed and thanked him excitedly. Chapter 3172. Kenshin and God King Azure Jade's interactions were limited to this. After the misunderstanding was resolved, Kenshin enlightened God King Azure Jade, making God King Azure Jade shed tears of gratitude. Kenshin back then had a slightly cold and aloof personality. He did not exchange pleasantries with God King Azure Jade and left straight away. God King Azure Jade also maintained his poise and did not chase after. He stood where he was and bowed, sending Kenshin off respectfully. This was just a trivial matter to Kenshin. It had happened countless times in his life and would not take it to heart at all. But to God King Azure Jade, it should be a major event worth remembering. After all, he had received Kenshin's enlightenment and had an epiphany on the spot. His sword Dao cultivation and strength realm would definitely increase. After the reminiscing ended, Ji Tianxing sighed with a complicated expression. Sigh. In a blink of an eye, more than 1,000 years have passed. I've already reincarnated as a person and changed my appearance. An ordinary god king that I once met by chance is now going to cross paths again. Fate is really strange. Without a doubt, when he learned of the Azure Jade Palace's existence, he decided to head there. To the present him, a God King expert's cave abode was also extremely attractive. He was not interested in God King Azure Jade's cultivation experience and insights, nor did he want to learn. At most, it was just for reference. After all, God King Azure Jade's talent, perception, and strength were all inferior to his former self. What truly interested him was the divine pills, divine artifacts, treasures, and materials that might exist in the Azure Jade Palace. The pills, divine artifacts, and materials collected by a God King expert would definitely be king-grade. And what Ji Tianxing lacked the most now was king-grade divine items. If he could obtain some God King level refining materials, then he would be able to start upgrading the Sword of Burial of Heaven very soon. Once the Sword of Burial of Heaven recovered to God King level, its power would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, the Azure Jade Palace was protected by layers of divine arrays, all king-grade divine arrays. The Great Yen Empire's 50 top factions explored and studied for 9 years but could not see the palace's entrance. But Ji Tianxing did not have such concerns. With his array Dao's strength, vision, and experience, cracking it was absolutely easy. However, now was not the time to go to the Green Jade Palace. Moreover, he did not know the exact location of the secret realm. The most important thing right now was to take care of Prince Lien. Ji Tianxing did not waste any time. He immediately ended his cultivation and left the distorted spacetime. He returned to the cave, put away the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda, and flew toward the south. Along the way, he flew over towering mountains and steep ridges. Not far away, he saw endless ruins and deep pits. It was caused by the self-detonation of several high-level divine lords. Even now, dust was still flying everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the air. Ji Tianxing probed with his divine sense and saw a large number of armored and black-clothed experts searching around the ruins. He didn't even need to think to know that those people must be Prince Lien and the King of Raging Flame's men. His decisive battle with an army of 13,000 had caused such a huge commotion that the entire Raging Flame royal city was alarmed. It would be strange if the King of Raging Flame and Prince Lien did not send someone to check on the situation. Ji Tianxing increased his speed. Like a stream of light cutting through the night sky, he headed straight for the Raging Flame royal city. While hurrying, he was still thinking in his heart, I hope Prince Lien still has some hope in his heart and did not leave the royal city. As long as he is still in the royal city, tonight will be the day of his death. It was already early in the morning, and there were still 4 hours before daybreak. To Ji Tianxing, time was enough. As long as Prince Lien was still in the royal city, he would definitely die before daybreak. Unknowingly, 2 hours passed. Ji Tianxing flew for 180,000 miles and arrived outside the Raging Flame royal city. Under the pitch-black curtain of night, the Raging Flame royal city sat quietly on the grassland. This majestic city that had existed for 10,000 years was neatly built. It occupied an area of 500 miles and could accommodate millions of people. The main city walls around the city were made of black stone that was hundreds of meters tall. While it was solemn and dignified, its defensive power was also very strong. Although the city walls had been repaired several times in the past 10,000 years. However, the most recent renovation was 1,000 years ago. The strip-shaped boulders that built the city walls were covered with moss, as well as cracks and marks etched by wind and frost. In each of the 4 directions of the royal city, there was a huge city gate that was 800 meters tall. It could allow 12 carriages to enter and exit at the same time. It was incomparably spacious. It was late at night, and the north gate was tightly shut. There were hundreds of city guards stationed under the gate, all of them armed with swords and sabers, waiting in formation. If it was in the past, the royal city would have been quiet and peaceful by now, and the lights would have been much sparser. But tonight, the entire royal city was brightly lit, and hundreds of thousands of people were still moving around outside. Countless god race members gathered together in the streets and alleys, whispering to each other. Even the number of city guards patrolling had increased several times. There were also many mysterious black-clothed people coming and going in and out of the royal city, seeming to be in a hurry. An iron-blooded and solemn atmosphere shrouded the entire royal city, and it also made the people somewhat worried. Many people were guessing whether a great enemy had come to invade. Was the royal city about to be attacked? Ji Tianxing stood outside the north gate, hiding in the clouds, looking down at the royal city of raging flame, quietly observing. The 4 great city defense arrays protecting the royal city had been activated, covering the north, south, east, and west respectively. No matter where Ji Tianxing sneaked into the royal city, he had to break one of the great city defense arrays. Otherwise, he could only go through the 4 city gates and be interrogated by the city guards. Or he could directly force his way through the city gates and kill everyone in his way. In that case, he would alert the King of Raging Flame and Prince Lien before he could get close to the palace. After thinking about it, Ji Tianxing still decided to quietly break the great city defense arrays. The north gate was heavily guarded. Not only were there many city guards patrolling, but there was also a large number of imperial guards lying in ambush. Furthermore, there were more than a dozen divine lords hiding in many houses and buildings not far from the city gate. This was obviously to prevent Ji Tianxing from coming from the north and forcing his way through the north gate. In order not to alert the enemy, Ji Tianxing quietly went to the south gate. He had already used the Divine Eye secret technique to observe and could clearly see the defensive power of the 4 city gates. In comparison, the south gate seemed to be heavily guarded on the surface, with a large number of city guards and imperial guards. But in reality, the south gate's defensive power was the weakest. Choosing to sneak into the royal city from there was, of course, the safest choice. Ji Tianxing flew to the south side of the city wall and quietly burrowed into the ground. After moving 100 feet underground, he was blocked by the 5-colored light shield. So, he used the Divine Eye secret technique to carefully observe the great city defense array. This array had a radius of 100 miles, and it was a supreme monarch-level divine array. Its structure was quite complicated, and its defensive power was also very strong. Ji Tianxing could guess that it was most likely set up by many high-level divine lords. Also, it had to be strengthened and reinforced for many years to have such power. However, to Ji Tianxing, this was not a difficult task. Chapter 3173. After a mere 15 minutes, Ji Tianxing saw through the structure of the city protecting Grand Array. He accurately found the weak point of the Grand Array and started casting his art to crack this flaw. Bush. He kneaded divine seals with both hands, releasing hundreds, thousands of divine powers, firing into a certain node of the 5-colored light barrier. Time passed quietly. Half an hour passed very quickly. When Ji Tianxing struck out more than 18,000 strand of divine power, the node collapsed. A fist-sized hole appeared on the resplendent 5-colored light barrier, and it rapidly expanded and enlarged. In a short 2 breaths, that hole became the size of a water vat, enough for Ji Tianxing to pass through. Swoosh! He passed through the hole without hesitation, crossing over the city protecting Grand Array, and entered the capital. And at this time, something that he did not expect happened. Below the South City Gate, among the 300+ city guards, someone suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Damn it! Someone is cracking the Grand Array underground, attempting to sneak into the capital. Hurry! Everyone follow this lord. The person who let out the cry of surprise was a middle-aged man wearing standard armor, his looks unassuming. This person's attire was the same as ordinary city guards, inconspicuous in the crowd. Furthermore, he even wore a mysterious circular jade pendant, suppressing his aura fully, stabilizing around 7th level celestial deity realm. But in reality, his true strength reached 7th level celestial deity realm, high-rank divine lord. Swoosh! At the same time that this middle-aged man cried out in surprise, he tunneled underground without hesitation, pouncing toward Tianxia. The 300+ city guards were stunned for a moment, then they also dived underground under the lead of several captains. Previously, Tianxia used divine sense to sweep across the city guards below the South City Gate. It was just a rough observation and he did not take it to heart, because he knew that the city guards below the gate were all decorations. The ones with real combat strength were the Imperial Guards lying in ambush inside the city gate. But he never would have thought that there was actually a high-rank divine lord disguised as an ordinary city guard, and even relied on a divine artifact to suppress his aura, hiding in the crowd. A tiny mistake caused his whereabouts to be exposed, alarming the city guards. Under the lead of the middle-aged Sir God, the 300 city guards quickly arrived near Tianxia. Without saying a word, everyone pulled out their swords and sabers and launched a siege with no regard for their own safety. On the other side, the 500 Imperial Army soldiers lying in ambush at the southern city gate also received the news and signal. Knowing that there were intruders, they all pulled out their swords and sabers and were on high alert. Soon, a great battle broke out underground. More than 300 city guards unleashed all kinds of divine powers and ultimate skills, unleashing a torrent of divine light that blotted out the sky and covered the earth, blasting toward Tianxia. The soil and rocks below the ground had been blown to smithereens by the divine light and shadow, revealing enormous faults and loopholes. In the face of this sudden situation, Tianxia was not worried. He was just a little surprised. There's actually a high divine lord disguised as an ordinary city guard and waited for me at the southern city gate? He didn't know if it was Prince Lian's arrangement or the King of Raging Flames' decree. If this was arranged by the ruler of the Kingdom of Raging Flames, then he was a schemer who could not be underestimated. After all, this person had already guessed this lord's thoughts and actually knew how to do the opposite. With this thought in mind, Tianxia waved his hands and decisively unleashed a sky full of sword glows to resist the siege of the city guards. Bam, 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 boom, boom, boom. With a deafening explosion, the sky full of sword glows clashed with the divine light and shadow, creating a terrifying shockwave. More than 100 city guards were killed on the spot by the shockwave, turning into a bloody mist and dregs. There were still more than 200 sword glows that had not shattered. They were still as sharp as ever as they charged toward the 100 or so survivors. The shockwave spread out and caused the ground to collapse for dozens of miles. The entire royal city shook violently as if a great earthquake had occurred. Even the city walls near the southern city gate had caved in a little. As a result, more than half of the royal city was alarmed. Those commoners who were still on the streets discussing the shockwave of the self-detonation instantly paled and let out worried cries. Heavens, we were right. There is indeed a strong enemy invading the royal city and they are already fighting. I felt it just now. The shockwave came from underground. The strong enemy had sneaked into the royal city from underground. If the strong enemy had sneaked into the royal city silently, that would be the most dangerous. Luckily, the city guards and the Imperial Guards were more responsible and managed to find the enemy. The shockwave came from near the southern city gate. Everyone, stay as far away as possible to avoid being implicated. All kinds of exclamations and discussions exploded in the royal city and gathered into a torrent of sound waves. But very quickly, the dull sound waves were drowned out by the loud explosion coming from underground. It turned out that it was the 7th degree realm Sir God who had launched an all-out attack on Ji Tianxing. The two of them exchanged a blow, but Ji Tianxing was not injured at all and did not yield an inch. As for the middle-aged man, he was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. Both of his legs had been minced by the sword glows. Suffering such a heavy injury, the middle-aged man fell into the ruins and gave out a heart-wrenching scream. The 100 over city guards who were lucky enough to survive instantly revealed a horrified expression when they saw their second commander was not able to take one blow from the other party and was seriously injured. But it was too late for them to escape. Hundreds of dazzling golden sword glows, carrying a shapeless sword intent which could kill everything, enveloped everyone. Following the explosion of bam bam bam, those 100 over city guards were turned into dregs by the sword glows. Only that middle-aged man was left alive as he struggled to climb out of the ruins. He wanted to continue fighting, but he happened to see Ji Tianxing killing 100 over city guards in seconds. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man was horrified. He knew that he wasn't Ji Tianxing's match, so he tried his best to escape. As he escaped into the royal city, he didn't forget to send out a signal for help and a warning. Ji Tianxing's plan had been spoiled and he hated that middle-aged man very much. His face was gloomy as he chased after him with murderous eyes. In just 2 short breaths, he caught up with the middle-aged man and released 3 extremely violent sword glows, turning him into dregs. Even the middle-aged man's godhead was blasted into pieces. The power of the 3 dazzling golden swords did not diminish. They traversed dozens of miles and gradually dissipated into the depths of the ground. Ji Tianxing put away the godhead fragments, entered stealth mode, and left the underground. Swoosh! With a flash of light, he avoided the city guards near the city gate and appeared in a house in the South City district. At the same time, his divine sense enveloped the entire royal city and saw everything in the royal city clearly. All the people in the city ran in panic and hid in their own residences. And within the royal palace, a large number of city guards and palace experts rushed out and rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Even the Sir God experts guarding the other 3 city gates quickly rushed over to provide support. Ji Tianxing was quite surprised by the speed of the other party's reaction. However, he maintained stealth mode and concealed his aura, successfully hiding from everyone's detection. He swaggered out of the house and flew across the night sky at a moderate speed towards the brightly lit royal palace. Chapter 3174. As Ji Tianxing flew toward the palace, many imperial guards and experts rushed toward him from all directions. There were at least 30 groups and more than 1,000 people. They all looked hurried and murderous. However, these people brushed past Ji Tianxing and did not notice him. When they arrived near the south gate, they naturally did not find him. They hurriedly searched around. At this time, Ji Tianxing had arrived at the side of the palace. The palace was located in the middle of the city. It covered an area of 50 square miles and was like a small city. The palace walls, which were hundreds of feet high, were lined with imperial guards in armor and holding swords. They were ready for battle. Within the palace walls, there were hundreds of splendid palaces and buildings, all of which were lit up with dazzling lights. Shadows of people could be seen everywhere. Tonight, the palace were destined to be chaotic. Not only were the imperial guards on high alert, but even the attendants and servants in the palace were also in a defensive posture. Obviously, the King of Raging Flame had already given the order and reminded the people in the palace. He had already guessed that Ji Tianxing would sneak into the palace to take revenge. Therefore, the entire palace was in a state of nervousness. What gave Ji Tianxing a headache was that the palace also had 2 layers of defensive divine arrays, and they were fully activated. The 2 defensive divine arrays were not big. They only covered an area of 50 square miles, which was just enough to cover the entire palace. The defensive divine array of the palace was also of supreme monarch level. However, compared to the 4 defensive divine arrays, it was more sophisticated and complex. Its defensive power was also more powerful. Ji Tianxing hid in the dark and used the secret technique of God's eye to observe for half an hour before he found a flaw. It took him another hour to break through the two defensive divine formations one after the other. He passed through the hole in the colorful light shield and successfully sneaked into the palace. However, just as he appeared outside a majestic palace, a bright divine light shone above his head. More than a dozen divine light shadows bombarded him. At the same time, a few deep and majestic roars sounded in the night sky. "The thief is here. Come and surround him." "Found him. Just here. Come and help. Quick, surround him. We can't let him escape." Very clearly, when Ji Tianxing was cracking the defensive divine array, he was discovered by a divine lord powerhouse. In the night sky 10,000 feet in front of him, there were 3 high divine lords. They were all imperial consecrators under the monarch's command. Other than the 3 of them, there were more than a dozen consecrators in the palace. Normally, these consecrators lived like princes and cultivated in seclusion, not showing themselves easily. Now that it was a critical moment, all the consecrators had been awakened to protect the safety of the palace. Each of them led a group of elite imperial guards to guard every direction of the palace. Coincidentally, the 3 inner palace consecrators were nearby and discovered Ji Tianxing, who was breaking the divine formation. The 3 of them attacked without any hesitation. At the same time, they called for reinforcements from the inner palace and the imperial army. Soon, dozens of saber lights and sword shadows arrived in front of Ji Tianxing and engulfed his figure. Ji Tianxing wasn't worried at all. He swung the sword of burial of heaven in his right hand, sending out 9 dazzling sword lights. Bang! Bang bang bang! The sacred giant sword clashed with the saber lights and sword shadows, creating a deafening sound. In a blink, the divine powers of the 3 inner palace consecrators were shattered by the sword lights. Not only that, the 9 giant swords didn't lose their power. They attacked the 3 consecrators separately. The 3 consecrators were shocked. Their expressions changed immediately. They hurriedly performed their ultimate skills to block the attack with all their strength. After another series of muffled sounds, the 3 inner palace consecrators were knocked back and fell into 2 palaces with blood spurting out of their mouths. The defensive divine formations of the 2 palaces were also smashed until divine light flashed chaotically and cracks appeared on them. Ji Tianxing wanted to take advantage of the situation and quickly kill the 3 injured inner palace consecrators. However, another 4 consecrators and more than 1,000 imperial army hurried to the scene. Everyone's gazes and divine senses locked onto Ji Tianxing and attacked him without hesitation. Suddenly, deafening battle cries burst out, and the dazzling light of divine spells lit up, and the area became chaotic. Ji Tianxing was besieged and had to give up on killing the 3 inner palace consecrators. He turned to fend off the 1,000 imperial army. Infinite sky of chaos. In order to save time and divine power, he used his divine powers and his body became transparent. All of a sudden, the overwhelming saber light and sword shadows pierced through his body and scattered on the ground. Most of the divine powers dissipated and their power was absorbed by the world. A small portion of the divine art light shadows blasted into a palace with a radius of 100 feet, instantly turning it into ruins. Ji Tianxing was unharmed and took the opportunity to wave the burial of heaven. Sword light filled the sky. Sword of the breaking sun. God-killing sword. Sword light poured down from the sky and drowned the 4 inner palace consecrators and more than 1,000 imperial army soldiers. Suddenly, blood and flesh splattered under the sword light. Screams rose and fell. The elite imperial army soldiers could not withstand a single blow from the sword light. They were as fragile as paper. After a burst of violent sword light flashed, more than 800 imperial guards were killed and turned into blood mist and dregs. Even the 4 inner palace consecrators were seriously injured by the god-killing sword. Some of them lost limbs and some were even cut in half at the waist. Such a shocking scene caused a few of the inner palace consecrators and the surviving imperial guards to reveal expressions of fear and let out terrified cries. The 3 consecrators who were seriously injured wanted to help. Seeing this scene, The three of them stopped their charge and pretended to be physically exhausted as they retreated to the side. They hurriedly circulated their qi to suppress their injuries. Seeing that the surroundings had fallen into silence, the situation was a little awkward. More than 800 Imperial Army soldiers and 7 Inner Palace consecrators did not dare to attack. Fortunately, 2 more Inner Palace consecrators and a commander of the Imperial Army arrived with more than 1,000 Imperial Army soldiers. This group of people came aggressively with murderous intent. They roared and charged, releasing divine light that covered the sky and drowning Ji Tianxing. Seeing this, the 800 Imperial Army soldiers and 7 consecrators were slightly relieved. They quickly surrounded and attacked. Since they had more people, they should have a chance to kill him. Taking a step back, even if they could not kill him, they should be safe. However, they soon realized that they were wrong. They had underestimated Ji Tianxing's terrifying strength. Sword come. Ji Tianxing saw that more and more people were coming, so he used his ultimate killing move. Since he had already snuck into the palace and exposed himself, he had no qualms about killing. He pointed his right hand at the sky and gathered the power of the stars to form 25,000 divine giant swords. They poured down like a meteor shower. In an instant, the dazzling meteor shower enveloped the entire imperial city. The night sky within a 10,000-mile radius was as bright as day. Countless divine giant swords poured down, focusing on the palace within a 50,000-mile radius. As a result, the divine giant swords in this area were as dense as raindrops. Chapter 3175. Boom, boom, boom. There was a series of loud noises. The entire palace was engulfed by the huge divine swords. It was a colorful scene. More than 1,000 Imperial Guards, 9 Imperial Consecrators, and 1 Imperial Guard commander who had besieged Ji Tianxing were killed on the spot. With Ji Tianxing as the center, the area within a radius of 10,000 feet was a deep pit. All the houses and buildings were reduced to dust, and everyone was blasted into pieces. In just an instant, more than 3,000 people died within the area of 30,000 meters. The other 1,000 people were the royal family members, servants, and guards from the various palaces and residences. Of course, the Heaven Punishment Sword formation covered the entire palace, and the number of casualties was much more than that. The 4 city protection arrays and the 2 defense divine arrays of the palace only lasted for about 10 breaths under the attack of the 10,000 swords before they were smashed into pieces. When the defense array collapsed, the entire palace was exposed to the sword formation and was at the mercy of the sword formation. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing deliberately controlled the target of the 10,000 swords. There were 10,000 huge swords around the palace to form a sword net to seal off the area within a radius of 1,000 miles. The other 15,000 giant swords were basically gathered above the palace. Therefore, there were no casualties among the commoners and deities in the palace. On the other hand, the situation in the palace was too horrible to look at. In just 20 breaths, more than 5,000 imperial guards, more than 10,000 royal family members, servants, and guards were killed by the 10,000 swords. Nearly 80% of the palaces and residences were destroyed by the sword radiance. Not even the broken walls were left. Under the attack of the 10,000 swords, not to mention the enlightened masters, even the lower and middle Sir Gods could not hold on for long before they were killed. As a result, the palace was completely destroyed. 80% of the buildings were destroyed. There were only 20 or so palaces full of cracks that were on the verge of collapse. There were more than 50,000 people in the palace, including 20,000 imperial guards, 20,000 servants, and guards. The remaining 10,000 people were the royal family members, imperial consecrators, and deity nation officials. However, after the Heaven Punishment Sword formation operated for 30 breaths, more than 80% of the people in the palace were killed. Only about 10,000 people were still alive. However, most of them were seriously injured and covered in blood. Of course, those who could survive were basically experts, powerhouses, or people of noble status who were protected by many powerhouses. The 40,000 people who were killed were basically the imperial guards, servants, and guards. There were also some members of the royal family. Ji Tianxing didn't do anything. He just stood in the night sky and stared expressionlessly at the majestic temple in the middle of the palace. Secretly, he controlled the operation of the heaven-destroying sword formation and controlled the target of the 10,000 swords. That magnificent temple was the main hall of the royal palace, the most solemn and dignified place. Usually, the ruler of the Raging Flame country stayed there for a long period of time, discussing court matters with the civil and military officials. It was also in that temple. After the sword formation operated for 40 breaths, 95% of the buildings had disappeared, turning into dust and debris. The temple's defense had also completely collapsed. It was smashed into pieces by the tens of thousands of swords and collapsed into ruins. Only then did a few balls of dazzling divine light fly out from the ruins. Shwa! Shwa! A total of 9 balls of divine light enveloped more than 3,000 members of the divine clan and flew into the night sky. The 9 balls of divine light were unusually strong. Some of them were formed by many defensive artifacts, while others were formed by many powerhouses working together to form a shield. The 3,000 members of the divine clan within the light shield were basically members of the royal family, important officials, and experts of the palace. Under the control of many powerhouses, the 9 balls of divine light flew through the rain of swords and toward Ji Tianxing. While they were still tens of thousands of feet away, a middle-aged man's angry roar came from the golden ball of divine light at the forefront. Tianxing, stop. The middle-aged man's voice was heavy and majestic, with a tinge of desolation, anxiety, and anger. Ji Tianxing ignored him and continued to operate the heaven-destroying sword formation expressionlessly. He continued to kill the rest of the people in the palace. After a few breaths, the 9 balls of divine light were even closer to him and stopped 10,000 feet away. At this time, the heaven-destroying sword formation had killed thousands of imperial guards, royal family members, servants, and guards. At this point, more than 50,000 people in the palace were almost all dead. Those who were still alive were only the 3,000 people in the 9 balls of divine light. Of course, Ji Tianxing also understood that those 3,000 people were the most respected and powerful people in the palace. Given another 10 breaths of time, he could operate the heaven-destroying sword formation to destroy the 9 balls of divine light and kill all 3,000 people. However, the middle-aged man's angry voice came from the golden ball of divine light at the forefront again. Tianxing, you have already won. I admit defeat. Why do you have to kill all of us? There was no doubt that the middle-aged man wearing a golden dragon robe and a luxurious crown was the king of the country of furious flames, Xuechangyi. He was tall, had long arms, a square face, and a broad forehead. He had the appearance of a king, with thick eyebrows and big eyes. However, at this moment, he did not have any of his former majesty and loftiness. His brows were tightly knitted, and his expression was sorrowful. His eyes were dim. He had no choice. The palace that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years was destroyed in his generation. The royal family had lasted for tens of thousands of years and had given birth to thousands of bloodline descendants. Now, more than half of them were dead. After suffering such a heavy blow, if he could still remain calm, he would not have been subdued by Prince Lien. Ji Tianxing used his divine thoughts to control the heaven-destroying sword formation and temporarily stopped the attack. Suddenly, 15,000 giant swords floated in the night sky. The tips of the swords were pointed at the 3,000 people in the 9 balls of divine light. The formless sword intent suppressed everything and was incomparably violent. The pressure on the 3,000 people increased sharply. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were filled with fear. Ji Tianxing looked at Xuechangyi expressionlessly. After sizing him up, he said, "You are the king of the country of raging flames?" Xuechangyi nodded and said in a heavy tone, "That's right, I am." Ji Tianxing said again, "I think you know why I am here." Xuechangyi was very tactful. He nodded again and said, "Of course I know. You are here for Prince Lien and me." Ji Tianxing frowned and was about to correct him. Xuechangyi sighed and bowed deeply. He said in a sincere tone, Young Master Tianxing, I have heard of your reputation and deeds not long after you stepped into the kingdom of raging flames. Your strength is strong, and your methods are ruthless. This monarch has never seen anyone like you before. Tonight's battle on Heavenly Dragon Mountain reached the peak and created a miracle. After tonight, your name will spread throughout the great Yan Empire and shock the world. Now that things have come to this, I have already suffered a crushing defeat. I don't want to say anything more. I only ask that young Master Tianxing be magnanimous and let these 3,000 people and the millions of people in the royal city go. No matter what, it's all my fault. I hope you don't implicate the innocent. You are the soaring dragon of the 9 heavens, the divine king's choice. You should have the bearing of a peerless powerhouse. You should not make things difficult for them. To show my sincerity, I am willing to commit suicide on the spot. I hope that young Master Tianxing can fulfill my wish. Chapter 3176. Xianxia and Prince Lien had completely different styles of doing things. He wasn't as cunning and scheming as Prince Lien. In comparison, he was more honest, steady, and a man of his word. Of course, this was the basic quality of a monarch. But overall, Xianxia was much more honest and straightforward. After speaking, he formed a seal with both hands and began to accumulate divine power into the Godhead in his mind. As long as Ji Tianxing agreed and allowed him to commit suicide on the spot, sparing more than 3,000 royal family members and millions of citizens, he would shatter the Godhead without hesitation. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow and asked, "How did a man of your temperament become Prince Lien's fan?" Xianxia was startled, then calmly said, "I know you have a blood feud with the young prince, so you must be prejudiced against him. Perhaps in your eyes, the young prince is a scheming, sinister, and ruthless person. But to me, the young prince is my benefactor. Even if I repay him with my life, it won't be enough. If it weren't for little prince's help back then, with this monarch's shrewdness and conduct, how could this monarch have survived the struggle for the throne? How could I have become the monarch of divine nation? Back then, the young prince saved my life and helped me ascend to the throne. Now, even if I die, I can't repay his kindness." Ji Tianxing had heard about the matter between Xianxia and Prince Lien from Nie Feiyun. He also learned about 70 to 80% of it from Lien Heir's soul memories. He didn't want to hear more from Xianxia, so he said in a low voice, "Xianxia, there's no enmity between us. It's only because you work for Prince Lien that I have to deal with you. But now, I'll give you a chance. You don't have to commit suicide. As long as you hand over Prince Lien or tell me where he's hiding, I'll let you go. The members of the royal family around you, as well as the millions of civilians in the royal city, will be spared from death." The 3,000 people in the 9 balls of divine light immediately revealed expressions of joy, anticipation, and excitement. Their despairing hearts were also illuminated by the light of dawn. Everyone looked at Xianxia, full of hope that he would agree. However, Xianxia's body shook, and his expression became rather unsightly. Especially when he saw the eyes of the people around him become bright and passionate, his expression became even more gloomy. Xianxia's tone was firm as he coldly shouted and righteously said, "Ben Jun just said that even if I die, it will be difficult to repay little prince's kindness. How can I betray him?" Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and sneered, "You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. This is not integrity, this is blind loyalty. Since you are not willing to betray Grand Prince Lien, then I will kill you and everyone else, and then destroy the entire royal city." After he finished speaking, he used his divine telekinesis to control the heaven-destroying sword formation and sped it up. The 15,000 giant swords floating above everyone's heads shone with a brilliant brilliance, releasing an incomparably violent sword intent that would pour down at any moment. The 3,000 people in the 9 clusters of godly light were in a life and death situation. Their faces were pale, and their hearts were filled with fear and despair. Many people couldn't bear the enormous pressure and were also afraid of the threat of death. They all opened their mouths to beg for mercy and persuade Xianxia. "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, now is not the time to let your emotions affect your decisions. Your Majesty, please think about the royal family and the officials. If everyone dies here, the God Nation's foundation will be destroyed. Your Majesty, even if you don't care about our lives, please spare everyone's lives for the sake of the millions of people in Royal City. Those millions of innocent people were innocent. How can you be so stubborn and cause everyone's deaths? Instantly, many officials of the God Nation began to persuade the king. Some of the royal family members with higher statuses even spoke harshly and reprimanded the king for being insensitive. Xue Changyi's situation became extremely awkward. He had become the enemy of many royal family members and officials. Everyone blamed him for the deaths of their own people and the deaths of millions of people. This was human nature. Xue Changyi wanted to be loyal and righteous, but everyone only wanted to live. Who would be willing to let their emotions affect their decisions? Ji Tianxing made it clear that as long as Xue Changyi revealed Grand Prince Lian's whereabouts, he would spare everyone's lives. But Xue Changyi didn't agree. He would rather die than betray Grand Prince Lian. No one blamed Ji Tianxing. They could only blame Xue Changyi for being cold-blooded and heartless. Everyone became agitated and gradually turned from persuasion to crying, reprimanding, and begging. It was as if Xue Changyi wanted to kill everyone, including the millions of people in Royal City. Xue Changyi was so angry that his whole body trembled. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. His qi and blood surged, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood. Ji Tianxing looked at him expressionlessly and said, "I admire your integrity and honesty, but I despise your foolish loyalty. If you don't even know how to choose, you don't deserve to be the king of the raging flame divine nation. Reveal Grand Prince Lian's whereabouts, or implicate millions of people to die with you. Choose for yourself." No matter what, it was time to make a choice. Xue Changyi couldn't avoid it. He endured unparalleled psychological pressure and slowly turned to look at the 9 balls of divine light. His gaze swept over the 3,000 royal family members. From everyone's expression and eyes, he saw the desire and urgency to survive, as well as anxiety and fear. Among them were his concubines and children, as well as his brothers, nephews, trusted ministers, and so on. In the face of death, everyone chose to plead and persuade him. After all, he owed Grand Prince Lian a favor, but they didn't. But everyone's life and death were now in his hands. After a long time, Xue Changyi looked around and slowly retracted his gaze. He turned around, and his expression became dejected and helpless, as if he had aged a few decades in an instant. He smiled bitterly and lowered his head. He didn't look at Ji Tianxing's expression and said bitterly, forget it. Since I'm the king of the divine nation, how can I act willfully and willfully? At that time, I'll most likely become a fatuous king condemned by everyone. A ruthless king who doesn't care about the lives of his people. A sinner who caused the destruction of the divine nation. Hearing this, the 3,000 royal family members were obviously relieved. They all revealed expressions of relief. Everyone knew that Xue Changyi couldn't go against the will of the people and could only choose to compromise. As expected, Xue Changyi's voice was dry as he said, "Young Master Tianxing, I've agreed to your conditions, so please keep your promise." To be honest, when you fought with more than 10,000 soldiers and many divine lords self-destructed, Grand Prince Lian quietly left the royal city. He brought his trusted aides through the teleportation divine formation in the palace and directly arrived at the border of the Raging Flame County, Furious River City. Calculating the time, he should have already left Furious River City and entered the Rock Magus County in the south. This time, he lost to you, and his forces were almost wiped out. He can no longer establish himself in the Raging Flame Divine Nation. Next, he should return to the Great Yan Empire to recuperate for a while. As for where he will go, I don't know. Book Guest House Reading Website. Chapter 3177. After Xue Changyi finished speaking, he lowered his head even more. Under the dim divine light, one could vaguely see that his face was dark red and full of shame. His eyes were full of self-mockery and helplessness. It was clear that he didn't want to betray Prince Lien. But he had no choice but to reveal Prince Lien's whereabouts. This made him feel extremely guilty and condemned. To him, this was equivalent to a stain in his life that would be difficult to wash away in his lifetime. The 3,000-plus royal family members didn't care about this. Everyone stared at Ji Tianxing, waiting for his verdict. Xue Chang'e had already answered. Whether or not everyone could live depended on whether Ji Tianxing was satisfied. Clearly, Ji Tianxing wasn't satisfied. He frowned and asked, "That's it? I'm not surprised that Prince Lien escaped in time. But you're one of Prince Lien's most trusted aides. How could you not know where he went?" "Xue Chang'e, I think you're honest and straightforward. But you hid something and wanted to get away with it?" Seeing that Ji Tianxing was very dissatisfied and angry, the 3,000-plus royal family members' expressions changed. They were so anxious that their foreheads were covered in sweat. Many people started to persuade Xue Chang'e again. There were even some royal family members with higher status and seniority who started to reprimand and complain about Xue Chang'e. Xue Chang'e was under great pressure. His face became more and more unsightly. Seeing that everyone was agitated, he could only explain to Ji Tianxing, "Gongzi Tianxing, I really didn't know about Prince Lien's plan. You also know that Prince Lien is very suspicious and scheming. He's very shrewd." After knowing that the army was defeated, he didn't even wait for the scouts to investigate the situation and left with his trusted aides. Moreover, he didn't even say goodbye to me when he left. I only found out about this after hearing the reports from my subordinates. Seeing that Xue Chang'e didn't seem to be lying, and Ji Tianxing analyzed that Prince Lien would have done so given his nature. Thus, he stopped questioning Xue Chang'e. He nodded and said, "Okay, I'll believe you this time. In the future, if this sovereign finds out that you lied to this sovereign, don't blame this sovereign for making another trip to the capital and personally taking your dog life." Xue Chang'e hurriedly shook his head and said, "I dare not deceive young Master Tianxing. If this lord's words are false, I'm at your disposal." Ji Tianxing didn't say anything more. He frowned and thought about where Prince Lien might be hiding. He had refined the memories of Lien Heir's soul, so he knew many of Prince Lien's secrets. At this moment, Xue Chang'e hesitated for a moment and spoke to interrupt his thoughts. "Gongzi Tianxing, I've already followed your request and revealed Prince Lien's whereabouts. Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" Ji Tianxing collected his thoughts, glanced at him, and said indifferently, "This monarch is a man of his word. I will naturally fulfill my promise." With that, he waved his arm and removed the heaven-destroying sword formation. The 20,000 swords that had been hovering in the night sky and covering Royal City immediately disappeared without a trace. Instantly, Royal City, which had been illuminated by the sword light until it was as bright as day, also became dim. The 3,000 royal family members looked as if they had been pardoned. They revealed expressions of joy as if they had just survived a disaster. The tens of thousands of people in Royal City had been trembling with fear and despair. Now that the sword formation had disappeared, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Countless people cried out in surprise and whispered in each other's ears. Many people saw that the once dazzling palace had been reduced to ruins. Everyone was discussing and guessing what had happened in the royal palace. Who was so powerful that they could destroy the royal palace? Could it be that Tianxing, who had been rumored to be the god of slaughter? At the same time, Xue Chang'e saw that Ji Tianxing was a man of his word and also breathed a sigh of relief. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you, young Master Tianxing, for your mercy." Ji Tianxing looked at him expressionlessly and said in a low voice, "Xue Chang'e, I'll give you a word of advice. Grand Prince Lien opposed this monarch, and he won't live long. You don't have to be blindly loyal to him. You must always remember that you are the monarch of the raging flame divine country. You don't have the right to be willful. You must put the overall situation and the divine country and its hundreds of millions of people before you make any decision. Otherwise, you will destroy the raging flame divine country sooner or later." Xue Chang'e was startled. He didn't expect that Ji Tianxing, who was his enemy, would give him pointers. After frowning and thinking for a moment, he remembered Ji Tianxing's words in his heart and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, young Master Tianxing, for your pointers. This monarch will definitely remember it. Ji Tianxing didn't say anything else and expressionlessly asked, "Where is the teleportation array leading to the border of Raging Flame County?" Xue Chang'e knew that he was leaving Royal City and was secretly relieved. He hurriedly replied, "It's in the Huayang Divine Palace. That's Grand Prince Lian's residence in Royal City. Many years ago, he had this monarch build that divine array in the Huayang Divine Palace." Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and said in a deep voice, "Damn it! With Grand Prince Lian's way of doing things, he will definitely have that divine array destroyed after he leaves. Quickly take this monarch there." Xue Chang'e also understood his meaning and didn't dare to delay. He hurriedly took him to the Huayang Divine Palace. In just 2 short breaths, the two of them teleported 100 miles away and landed in front of a magnificent palace. The guards and servants around the palace had already fled in all directions, their whereabouts unknown. The two of them directly used an escape technique and entered the underground hall of the Divine Palace. They saw that in the middle of the hall, there was a huge teleportation array that was shining with a dim white light. Dozens of elite heavenly gods were around the teleportation array, working together to destroy it. Seeing Xue Chang'e and Ji Tianxing arrive, those people were stunned and stopped what they were doing. After coming back to their senses, they turned around and fled without hesitation. Ji Tianxing didn't pay attention to those escaping heavenly gods. He didn't even have the interest to chase after them. He used the divine eye mystic art to observe the array and quickly saw the situation. "Fortunately, we came in time. These people are weak and only destroyed some insignificant things." While talking, Ji Tianxing started to cast spells to repair the teleportation array. After 15 minutes, the teleportation array was fully repaired. Ji Tianxing stepped into the teleportation array and walked toward the blazing white teleportation door. Before leaving, he threw down a final sentence. "Xue Chang'e, you better pray that we don't meet again. Otherwise, it will be a disaster for you." After saying that, he stepped into the teleportation door and disappeared. Xue Chang'e stood on the spot and stared at the light door in a daze. He pondered for a long time before turning around and leaving. When he returned to the palace, more than 3,000 royal family members and ministers were looking at him with burning eyes. Seeing him return alone and not seeing Ji Tianxing's trace, everyone opened their mouths to ask. After knowing that Ji Tianxing had left the royal city through the teleportation array, everyone finally relaxed and erupted into cheers and discussions. Xue Chang'e, however, couldn't feel happy. He looked at the ruined palace with a blank expression and his eyes dimmed. Chapter 3178. Although the lives of Xue Chang'e, the royal family, and the officials were saved, the palace was destroyed. However, the destruction of the palace and the deaths of tens of thousands of imperial guards, servants, and guards were also a huge loss. It would take a long time to rebuild the palace and reorganize the imperial guards, servants, and guards. It would consume a lot of manpower and resources. This was a heavy blow to the Raging Flame Divine Kingdom. Just treat it as a punishment for me. Give me an unforgettable lesson. Xue Chang'e sighed and began to issue orders, dispatching the officials and the royal family to prepare to rebuild the palace. The royal family and the officials who had narrowly escaped death were no longer hostile to Xue Chang'e. They happily accepted the orders and went to carry out the mission. Soon, the news spread from the palace and spread throughout the royal city. 2 hours later, at daybreak, all the people in the city knew the whole story. When everyone found out that there was only one person among the thousands of soldiers and strong enemies they had expected, they were all stunned. And when they learned that the person who destroyed the palace and slaughtered tens of thousands of people was Grim Reaper Tianxing, they were even more terrified. Later, another piece of news spread that before Tianxing broke into the royal city, he had fought a decisive battle with more than 10,000 soldiers on Celestial Dragon Mountain. In the end, Tianxing won a complete victory, killing more than 10,000 soldiers and forcing many divine lords to self-detonate. This made the people in the city even more shocked. It was as if they were listening to a heavenly book. This series of news set off a shocking hurricane in the royal city, igniting everyone's enthusiasm. The commoners were suddenly enlightened. No wonder there was a divine light that shot into the sky and covered half of the night sky. More people rejoiced and felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, Grim Reaper Tianxing's target was clear and he didn't attack the people of the royal city. Otherwise, if that sword array had gone all out, the entire royal city would have been turned into ruins, and all the people would have died. Thus, the people felt more and more reverence for Grim Reaper Tianxing. Many people were thinking about the rumors circulating in the Divine Kingdom, saying that Tianxing was a villain and a Grim Reaper who killed people like scything flax. It seemed that the rumors weren't true. That Grim Reaper didn't kill the innocent and had the demeanor of a powerhouse. As time passed, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days passed. The news of the battle and the destruction of the royal palace also spread out of the royal city and spread throughout the raging flame Divine Kingdom. A few days later, this series of news spread out of the raging flame Divine Nation and spread to the surrounding countries, including the Great Yan Empire. As a result, Ji Tianxing's reputation as the god of slaughter spread far and wide. The people of various countries were discussing his achievements and miracles. When all kinds of news spread out of the raging flame Divine Country, Ji Tianxing was also about to leave the raging flame Divine Country. That night, he left King City through the teleportation formation and arrived at the border of Raging Flame County, appearing in Raging River City. Prince Lien did not disappoint him. As soon as he stepped out of the teleportation array and appeared on a tall altar, he was besieged by dozens of elites. There were a total of more than 70 people, all of whom had the strength of 8th-level celestial deity realm and above. The leaders were 4 lower divine lords. Without a doubt, these people were all Prince Lien's subordinates, and they had been ordered to guard this place. Prince Lien had given them the task of killing anyone who walked out of the divine array. The result was indisputable. Ji Tianxing easily killed more than 70 experts, including the 4 lower divine lords. Then he left Raging River City before dawn and continued south. The Raging Flame County was located in the center of the Raging Flame Divine Country, and the Rock Witch County was to the south. Further south, he still had to pass through 5 counties to leave the Raging Flame Divine Country and enter the Great Yan Empire. Ji Tianxing calculated the time. If he flew at full speed, it would take him about 20 days to leave the Raging Flame Divine Country. This way, he would definitely not be able to catch up to Prince Lien. Wasting so much time would also give Prince Lien more time to prepare. On the way, he had been pondering and analyzing. Prince Lien was thoroughly defeated in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations, and his subordinate forces were all eradicated by me. Although he had secretly recruited a few forces in the other 2 divine kingdoms and built up a team of forces, the Divine Kingdom as compared to the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations, his foundation in those 2 divine nations is still shallow. Thus, when he fled the Raging Flame Divine Kingdom, he definitely wouldn't go to those 2 divine kingdoms. His only choice is to escape back to the Great Yan Empire. This was the first step of Ji Tianxing's analysis. It was reasonable and basically the same as what Xue Chang'e had said. Then Ji Tianxing began to ponder another problem. Prince Lien's injuries should be more or less healed. After many battles, he's already seen my strength and knows that he's no match for me. Therefore, he'll definitely hide and recuperate after escaping back to the Great Yan Empire. He'll only dare to seek revenge after he's accumulated enough strength. Before he's confident enough, he'll definitely hide. But where will he hide? The imperial capital of the Great Yan Empire? Or was it some desolate place with no one around? Or the headquarters of the Heavenly Union sect? The imperial capital of the Great Yan Empire was the territory of the Great Yan Emperor. Prince Lien and the Great Yan Emperor had a grudge against each other for killing his mother. Moreover, he had caused a huge commotion in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations. Otherwise, the Great Yan Emperor would definitely find a reason to punish him after seeing his wild ambitions. As for hiding in a desolate place, Ji Tianxing did not think it was likely. Prince Lien was used to being high and mighty. He lived like a prince and could command many experts at any time. If he hid in a desolate place, he would be safe. However, he and his subordinates would be cut off from the outside world. Moreover, the conditions in a desolate place were harsh and not suitable for recuperation. After thinking about it, the most likely place Prince Lien could hide was the headquarters of the Heavenly Union sect. Prince Lien's biggest backer is the Heavenly Union sect. He'll only be safe and convenient if he hides in the headquarters. Moreover, he might be hoping that I won't dare to look for him because of the Heavenly Union sect's power and prestige. Ji Tianxing muttered to himself as a mocking sneer appeared on his face. Prince Lien, oh Prince Lien, it's useless even if you hide in the Great Yen Emperor's palace, let alone the headquarters of the Heavenly Union sect. If I want to kill you, you won't be able to escape death no matter where you run to. After making up his mind, Ji Tianxing decided to leave the raging flame divine nation as soon as possible. Flying was too slow. He planned to look for a teleportation divine formation after entering Rockwich County. It should save him a lot of time. After entering the Great Yen Empire, he would head to the headquarters of the Heavenly Union sect. At that time, he would try to kill Prince Lien and end this grudge. He would try his best not to implicate the innocent. If the Heavenly Union sect was tactful and did not interfere in his grudge with Prince Lien, they would be spared. If the Heavenly Union sect interfered, protected Prince Lien, or even attacked him with all their might, he did not mind destroying the Heavenly Union sect. Chapter 3179. Great Yen Empire. This was a vast and resource-rich super-divine nation. At the same time, it was also the northernmost empire in the Tianbei region. It had been tens of thousands of years since the Great Yen Empire was established. It could be said that its foundation was extremely strong. There were 18 subsidiary divine nations under its command and hundreds of billions of people. The Great Yen Empire was located in the center, and the 18 divine nations surrounded it, forming a protective formation. As for the Great Yen Empire's territory, it was about 5 times the size of the Bloodfire Divine Nation and more than 4 times the Raging Flame Divine Nation. Until now, the Great Yen Empire had 78 counties, thousands of main cities, and tens of thousands of strategic towns. The Yen royal family that ruled the empire had been passed down for more than 50,000 years and was a veritable ancient noble family. The Yen bloodline was very noble and powerful. In terms of grade, it could reach the supreme grade monarch level and was very close to the quasi-king level. As long as one was a descendant of the Yen family, as long as one did not have any congenital defects and had normal aptitude and comprehension, one could basically become a high-rank godly lord. In fact, some extremely talented geniuses even had a glimmer of hope to become an unparalleled godly king. It was a pity that since ancient times, the Yen family had only produced one godly king. That was more than 40,000 years ago, and that godly king expert had long disappeared without a trace. Ever since the Great Yen Empire was established, the Yen family had had a great goal since the first emperor. That was to nurture an unparalleled godly king. Only then could they lead the Great Yen Empire to the peak, crush the other empires, and laugh proudly in the Tianbei region. However, this wish had never been realized. For 30,000 years, the Yen royal family had never produced a godly king expert. The strongest were only the previous emperors. They had all reached the limit of the Divine Lord realm and were only one step away from becoming a godly king. However, that one step was like a natural chasm that could not be crossed. After the previous emperors passed down the throne, they focused on cultivating in seclusion and worked hard to break through to the godly king realm. However, there were 3 old emperors who had cultivated for thousands of years and still could not break through. They lost the patience to cultivate in seclusion and left the Great Yen Empire to travel the boundless heaven continent in search of opportunities to break through. No one knew if they succeeded or if they died outside. In short, there was no news of those old emperors. Until now, only the previous emperor and the emperor before that were still in seclusion in the Great Yen Empire. The previous emperor was the father of the current emperor of Great Yen. He was known as the retired emperor. The previous emperor was the grandfather of Great Yan's emperor. He was known as the patriarch. The Great Yen Empire had also recruited many talented people, crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It was unknown how many top-notch high-rank divine lords they had recruited. Even the young emperor of Great Yen was a ninth-stage higher divine lord. His strength was slightly stronger than Prince Lien's. At this moment, the capital of Great Yen, which covered an area of 1,000 miles, was shrouded in the darkness of the night. Great Yan's imperial capital was extremely prosperous. More than 15 million Protoss citizens lived there. Even though it was late at night, the imperial capital was still brightly lit and the streets were bustling with people. Therefore, Great Yan's capital was known as the Nightless City. This was also a place of pilgrimage for the surrounding 18 divine nations. It was the highest-level divine Dao Holy Land. At this moment, the imperial palace in Great Yan's capital was still as dazzling and magnificent as ever. Deep in the palace, in a grand and luxurious study, a young man dressed in a 5-clawed golden dragon robe and a crown with 9 dragons on his head was sitting behind a divine jade desk. He was resting with his eyes closed. This tall and burly young man was dark red in color. He had the majestic and domineering air of a king. He was the current leader of the Yen family. He was Yen Yongning, the current emperor of the Great Yen Empire. Hundreds of memorials and jade slips were piled into a small mountain on the desk in front of him. Countless affairs of the empire were waiting for him to deal with. It looked like he was tired, so he closed his eyes and rested for a while. However, in truth, he was a 9th-stage divine lord. He would not have any problems even if he did not eat, drink, or rest for 100 years. At this moment, he was listening to a black-robed man's report. The black-robed middle-aged man was shrouded in black mist. His face could not be seen clearly, and he seemed exceptionally mysterious. Moreover, his strength was also at the 9th-stage divine lord realm. His foundation was even stronger than Great Yan's emperor. This was the governor of Black Flame. He was also one of Great Yan's emperor's most trusted aides. After all, Black Flame was an intelligence organization of Great Yan's imperial family. It was responsible for investigating and monitoring the movements of the 18 divine nations. The Black Flame governor bowed respectfully and said in a low voice, "Your Majesty, I've sent people to check repeatedly. The news from the Blood Flame Divine Nations and Raging Flame Divine Nations is indeed true. The foreign youth named Tianxing went all the way south from the Blood Flame Divine Nation. He was unstoppable and created miracles time and time again. His battle record is very exaggerated. Now, that person has left Raging Flame Capital and is rushing toward the Empire's border. He should be entering the Empire soon." The Black Flame governor had reported a lot of information before. These few sentences were just a summary. The emperor was silent for a moment. He did not comment. Instead, he asked, "What about old 8th? He was defeated so miserably. He should be running back like a stray dog, right?" The old 8th he was referring to was the 8th prince, who was the current Prince Lien. The Black Flame governor said calmly, "Prince Lien left Raging Flame Capital on the night of the final battle and returned to the Empire. Just last night, he returned to the Empire with his followers and confidants. According to the informants at the border, Prince Lien did not seem to be returning to the imperial capital. He seemed to be heading toward the heavenly sect." The emperor sneered and said, No matter how big the imperial capital is, it is not his home. Although the 8th prince's mansion is still there, it is covered with dust and has been abandoned. How can he come back? Now, other than the Heavenly Union sect, where else can he go?" The Black Flame governor did not comment on this. He just asked calmly, "Your Majesty, please make a decision. How should we deal with Prince Lien?" The emperor leaned back on the divine jade chair and sneered mockingly. "Old 8th has been defeated so miserably. Let him hide and recuperate for a few years. He is still too inexperienced. He thinks he is doing things secretly, but how can he escape from my eyes? When I sent him to the Blood Flame Divine Nation, I guessed that he was harboring evil intentions and plotting revenge. When he was gathering forces in the various divine nations and building a team, I pretended not to know and turned a blind eye. After all, those forces are not strong enough to threaten me. I just ascended the throne not long ago, and I just killed Old 4th and their mother. If I punish Old 8th, the people will scold me for being heartless and cold-blooded. I didn't expect that a young man from another race called Tianxing would suddenly appear and have a conflict with Old Eighth. Moreover, that kid is so brave that he actually destroyed Old Eighth's force and defeated him so miserably. Speaking of which, I have to thank that kid for eliminating Old Eighth's force for me. The Black Flame Governor understood the Emperor's meaning and asked again, "How do you plan to deal with that kid, Your Majesty?" The Emperor frowned and said in a deep voice, "I don't want to deal with him, but the Great Yan Empire does not welcome him." Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. Chapter 3180. Ji Tianxing knew that it was unlikely that Grand Prince Lien was still in Yunwu Pass. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to kill Grand Prince Lien now. Under such circumstances, he had to try as long as there was a slight possibility. Otherwise, he would regret it if he missed the best chance to kill Grand Prince Lien. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing flew across the night sky, and soon he had traveled 500 miles and arrived at the Cloud Mist Pass. There was a deep canyon in front of him. It was filled with towering trees and thick clouds. On both sides of the mountain were 3,000 feet tall, extremely steep and dangerous. However, the two mountains were not far from each other. They were only about 100 miles apart. The soldiers of the Great Yan Empire had built a floating city at the peak of the two mountains to connect the two mountains. The floating city floating in the sea of clouds was only 100 miles in radius, but it looked very prosperous with many palaces and tall buildings. There were also flat open spaces on both sides of the mountains. Barracks and armory were built. 180,000 border soldiers were stationed in the barracks and the floating city. Even though it was late at night, there were many soldiers patrolling around the floating city. The city was still lit. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing used his invisibility divine ability and flew silently toward the floating city. What surprised him was that the floating city and the two barracks were protected by Supreme Monarch-level divine arrays. The defense divine array of the floating city was fully activated. It shone brilliantly in the night sky. He had to break the divine array if he wanted to enter the floating city. Therefore, he did not waste any time. He dodged a few patrolling soldiers and started to break the divine array. It was not difficult for him to break the Supreme Monarch-level divine array, but it would take a long time. Moreover, he had to keep using his divine power while breaking the divine array. It was difficult to hide. Half an hour passed. Ji Tianxing finally broke the divine array and tore a hole in the five-colored light shield. He had just passed through the hole and entered the floating city when he saw a large number of soldiers gathered in the open space in front of him. There were more than 1,000 elite black-armored soldiers led by 4 low-rank divine lords. They were in a neat formation and were waiting for him. At the front of the battle formation, there were 3 powerhouses who were also staring at him coldly. He was an upper divine monarch in armor and his strength had reached the 7th heaven realm. He looked like a general guarding the Cloud Mist Pass. The other 2 high-level monarchs were dressed in luxurious robes and they exuded a dignified and noble aura. Their strength had also reached the 8th degree realm. It was obvious that Ji Tianxing had exposed himself and was discovered by the other party. Could it be that another battle was about to break out? Ji Tianxing thought to himself. He was not afraid of fighting. If they really fought, he could destroy the entire Yunwu Pass within 2 hours, wiping out hundreds of thousands of soldiers. However, was there a need to start a massacre? If he really killed the 180,000 soldiers of Cloud Mist Pass, the Emperor of Great Yan would definitely fly into a rage and order everyone to surround and annihilate him. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing decided not to make a move first and act according to the circumstances. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses in luxurious robes in the lead spoke first. An old man with white hair and a beard looked at Ji Tianxing expressionlessly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Tianxing, aren't you?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and asked, "The 2 of you don't look like the guards of Cloud Mist Pass. You look more like you're waiting for me here?" The other middle-aged man nodded and said with a faint smile, "You're smart to be able to guess this. To tell you the truth, Elder Yuan and I are His Majesty's Imperial Envoys. We were ordered to wait for you here and pass on a message to you." Realization dawned on Ji Tianxing. At the same time, more questions appeared in his mind. Great Yan's imperial envoys? They've been waiting for me here? He frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. After all, he had caused an earth-shattering battle in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations. He had even killed the Blood Flame Divine Sovereign. The Great Yan Emperor had eyes and ears all over the Divine Nations. He must have known the truth long ago. However, the Great Yan Emperor had never asked about it and pretended not to know anything. Now that he had come to Cloud Mist Pass, the Great Yan Emperor had sent someone to wait for him here and pass on a message. No matter how he looked at it, this was not good news. As expected, the white-bearded old man stared at Ji Tianxing and said in a dignified tone, "Tianxing, the matter between you and Prince Lien is a personal grudge. You caused such a huge commotion in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations. It's also a matter between you and the two Divine Nations. His Majesty is well aware of all this, but he didn't interfere. This is because His Majesty is a benevolent and righteous ruler. He only protects the citizens of the Great Yan Empire and won't interfere with the internal affairs of the other Divine Nations. However, it's impossible for you to break into Cloud Mist Pass and even enter the Great Yan Empire tonight. His Majesty has said that you're not welcome in the Great Yan Empire. Please leave." The middle-aged man said in a dignified tone, "Tianxing, no matter how powerful you are or how bloodthirsty you are, His Majesty can ignore you as long as you don't threaten the Great Yan Empire. However, if you enter the Great Yan Empire, you'll endanger the safety of the citizens. This is not allowed. I hope you know your place. Don't step into the Great Yan Empire and don't challenge His Majesty's authority. Otherwise, you'll suffer His Majesty's wrath and face the encirclement of the entire empire. You'd better think about it carefully." The two imperial envoys' tone was unfriendly and their expressions were arrogant. However, they were here on behalf of the Great Yan Emperor. Naturally, they had to be imposing and not tarnish the Great Yan Emperor's reputation. Moreover, they did not say anything overboard. Ji Tianxing was not angry. He had expected this outcome. He sneered and said, "In that case, please tell the Great Yan Emperor that I won't harm the citizens of the Great Yan Empire. I'm only here to hunt down Prince Lien. I'm getting rid of an evil for the people and also helping the Great Yan Emperor resolve one of his worries." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the two imperial envoys and the divine general changed. They looked furious. "Bastard! How dare you criticize His Majesty?" The golden-armored divine general shouted angrily. The two imperial envoys' expressions darkened as well. They said coldly, "Brat, do you know the consequences of slandering His Majesty? Tianxing, no matter how you quibble or plead for mercy, His Majesty's decree cannot be changed. If you know what's good for you, turn around and leave now. Don't even think about taking half a step into the Great Yan Empire." Ji Tianxing's smile became even more mocking. He nodded and said, "It seems like you know about the grudge between Prince Lien and Great Yan's emperor. Otherwise, why would you be so angry? In that case, I only have one question. If you give me an answer, I'll turn around and leave." The two imperial envoys fell silent. After a brief discussion, the white-bearded old man said, "Ask whatever you want. However, whether we're willing to answer is our business." Ji Tianxing did not beat around the bush. He asked directly, "Is Prince Lien at Yunmu Pass? Did he pass by this place? Which direction did he go?" This question shouldn't make things difficult for you. In fact, you should be happy to hear it. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 3181. The Rock which Commandery Princess thought that Ji Tianxing had other intentions. It was either to rob or to kill. After all, this person was known as the Killing God. The Rock which Commandery Princess naturally thought that it was related to killing. Who knew that Ji Tianxing's request would be so simple? He just wanted to borrow the teleportation formation. Hearing this, the Rock Magus Infanta relaxed. Her heart that had been hanging in the air also calmed down. He let out a long sigh and a smile appeared on his face. He said politely, "So it's about this. I thought it was something else. Mr. Tianxing, don't worry. How can I not help you with such a small matter? Do you want to use it now or when? How about this? Since it's your first time in the Rock Witch Commandery, as the host, I have to be a good host and treat you well. The last sentence was, of course, a meaningless courtesy. The Rock Witch Commandery princess's real thoughts were that she wanted this killing god to leave quickly. How could she waste any more time with him? However, she could not show it. She was very cautious in front of Ji Tianxing. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing's reply allowed him to heave a sigh of relief. Don't waste any more time. I will leave now. The Rock Witch Commandery princess finally confirmed that Ji Tianxing only had this request and no other purpose. She was completely relieved. Without hesitation, she opened the door of the secret chamber and led Ji Tianxing out of the secret chamber. Mr. Tianxing, please follow me. Then, the two of them passed through the dark tunnel and entered the center of the underground palace. They entered a spacious hall. There were 8 lower divine lords guarding the hall. They were all cultivating in their own secret chambers. Once someone approached the hall, the 8 divine lords would be awakened. Although they did not know Ji Tianxing, they saw the Rock Witch Commandery princess leading Ji Tianxing into the hall. Then, they stayed in the secret chamber and did not move. The dark hall was silent. There was only a large formation on the ground in the middle of the hall. The Rock Witch Commandery princess walked to the center of the formation and personally cast a spell to activate the formation. Soon, a white door of light that was more than 10 feet tall appeared in the middle of the formation. Rock Magus Countess finished casting the spell and bowed to Ji Tianxing. She said, "Young Master Tianxing, the teleportation divine formation has been opened. It can reach Shangliu City at the border." Ji Tianxing nodded. He stepped into the formation and walked into the teleportation gate. Shwa! With a flash of white light, Ji Tianxing's figure disappeared into the light gate. Seeing that he had really left, the Rock Witch Infanta's tense nerves relaxed. She let out a long breath and wiped the cold on her forehead. Phew! Fortunately, this death god only wanted to borrow the teleportation array and had no other intentions. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After muttering to himself, he began to close the teleportation divine array. When he left the hall, he muttered to himself, "Although this god of death's strength is unfathomable, his nature doesn't seem to be as cruel as the rumors say." The distance between Rock Witch County City and Willow City was tens of millions of miles. With Ji Tianxing's speed, he would need to fly for at least 3 days to arrive. However, using the teleportation divine array, he only needed a breath's time to arrive. When he appeared in Willow City, he was standing in an underground palace. There were several hundred guards standing guard around the palace, and there was even a lower divine lord overseeing it. When everyone saw Ji Tianxing suddenly appear, they were all stunned for a moment. Then they surrounded him. Vigilantly, they gripped their swords and blades, staring at Ji Tianxing fiercely. Once Ji Tianxing showed hostility and killing intent, they would not hesitate to attack. If Ji Tianxing showed any signs of cowardice, fear, or guilt, they would surround him and capture him. However, Ji Tianxing ignored them and left the underground palace expressionlessly. He used the teleportation technique and left Willow City in a flash. He continued to fly towards the south. The hundreds of guards in the underground palace all looked at each other in dismay, their hearts filled with doubt. A guard captain plucked up his courage and asked the low-level divine lord, "Commander, who was that foreign race kid? Why didn't we stop him and interrogate him?" The low-level divine lord glared at him and shouted coldly, "Are you out of your mind? That person's strength is unfathomable. Do you want to die? Moreover, he came from Rock Witch County City. He must have been approved by the princess. Why do we need to interrogate him?" The guard captain shrunk his neck and quickly apologized. Not long after, Ji Tianxing left Rock Witch County City. 3 days later, he arrived at Kushingnan County City. This time, he did the same thing. He quietly broke into the princess's mansion to borrow the teleportation divine array. To his surprise, the princess was not in the mansion. He did not know where she had gone to do some errands. The person with the highest status in the princess's mansion was the princess's son. He was a frivolous and dissolute playboy. Ji Tianxing used a little trick to capture the princess's son. He was so scared that he almost wet his pants. He did not even say his name, but the princess's son was so scared that he begged for mercy and agreed to open the teleportation divine array. This made things even simpler. Ji Tianxing carried the princess's son and entered the underground hall. The princess's son ordered the guards guarding the altar to activate the divine teleportation array as soon as possible. After a while, the teleportation divine array was opened. Ji Tianxing let go of the princess's son and left. Just like that, he quickly left Wuxia County and continued to rush towards the south. In the next few days, he passed through a few counties and used the same method. The princess of each county was intimidated by his name. They did not even dare to resist or call for help. The few princesses' sons sensibly opened the teleportation divine array and sent him off respectfully. Unknowingly, 10 days passed. On the 10th night, Ji Tianxing finally left the raging flame divine nation and stepped onto the border of the great Yan Empire. What appeared in front of him was a boundless and majestic mountain range. One after another, giant peaks more than 2,000 feet tall stood on the ground. Half of the mountain was shrouded in clouds and mist. This was the border between the raging flame divine nation and the great Yan Empire, the famous Cloud Mountain Range. 500 miles in front of Ji Tianxing was the Cloud Mountain Pass, the northern border of the great Yan Empire. More than 100,000 soldiers were stationed there, and there were high-level divine lords guarding it. Ji Tianxing flew through the night sky at a moderate speed and rushed towards the Cloud Mountain Pass. Along the way, he was still thinking to himself, Prince Lien should have used the teleportation divine arrays in the various counties to escape the raging flame divine nation. He left 2 hours earlier than me, and I did not waste any time. I should not be far from him. Given his mentality, he should be relaxed after escaping the raging flame divine nation and finally entering the great Yan Empire. The Cloud Mountain Pass was guarded by a large army and high-level divine lords. It could be said that it was very safe. He should have escaped into the Cloud Mountain Pass and used the teleportation divine array there to return to the great Yan Empire. I have to go to the Cloud Mountain Pass to investigate. If he has not left, that would be great. Even if he has already left the Cloud Mountain Pass, I can still find out where he went. Chapter 3182. Ji Tianxing knew that it was unlikely that Grand Prince Lien was still in Yunwu Pass. However, it was like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to kill Grand Prince Lien now. Under such circumstances, he had to try as long as there was a slight possibility. Otherwise, he would regret it if he missed the best chance to kill Grand Prince Lien. Swoosh! Ji Tianxing flew across the night sky, and soon he had traveled 500 miles and arrived at the Cloud Mist Pass. There was a deep canyon in front of him. It was filled with towering trees and thick clouds. On both sides of the mountain were 3,000 feet tall, extremely steep and dangerous. However, the two mountains were not far apart, only about 100 miles apart. The soldiers of the great Yan Empire had built a floating city at the peak of the two mountains to connect the two mountains. The floating city floating in the sea of clouds was only 100 miles in radius, but it looked very prosperous with many palaces and tall buildings. There were also flat open spaces on both sides of the mountains. Barracks and armory were built. 180,000 border soldiers were stationed in the barracks and the floating city. Although it was late at night, there were still many soldiers patrolling around the floating city. The city was still lit. Seeing this, Ji Tianxing used his invisibility divine ability and flew toward the floating city silently. What surprised him was that the floating city and the two barracks were protected by Supreme Monarch-level divine arrays. The defense divine array of the floating city was fully activated. It shone with dazzling divine light in the night sky. He had to break the divine array if he wanted to enter the floating city. Therefore, he did not waste any time. He dodged a few patrolling soldiers and started to break the divine array. It was not difficult for him to break the Supreme Monarch-level divine array, but it would take him a long time. Moreover, he had to keep using his divine power while breaking the divine array. It was difficult to hide. Half an hour passed. Ji Tianxing finally broke the divine array and tore a hole in the 5-colored light shield. He had just passed through the hole and entered the floating city when he saw a large number of soldiers gathered in the open space in front of him. There were thousands of elite black-armored soldiers led by 4 low-rank divine lords. They were in a neat formation and were waiting for him. There were 3 powerhouses at the front of the battle formation. They were also staring at him coldly. One of them was a high-rank divine lord in armor. His strength was at the 7th heaven realm. He looked like a general guarding Yunwu Pass. The other 2 high-rank divine lords were dressed in luxurious robes. They exuded a dignified and noble aura. Their strength was at the 8th heaven realm. It was obvious that Ji Tianxing had exposed himself and was discovered by the enemy. Was he going to have to fight another battle? Ji Tianxing thought to himself. He wasn't afraid of fighting. If a fight really broke out, he could destroy the entire Yunwu Pass within 2 hours, wiping out hundreds of thousands of soldiers. However, was there a need to kill them all? If he really killed the 180,000 soldiers of Cloud Mist Pass, the Great Yan Emperor would definitely fly into a rage and order all forces to surround and annihilate him. Thinking of this, Ji Tianxing decided not to make a move first and act according to the circumstances. At this moment, the 2 powerhouses in luxurious robes in the lead spoke first. A white-haired old man from the God clan looked at Ji Tianxing expressionlessly and said, "If I'm not mistaken, you're Tianxing, aren't you?" Ji Tianxing nodded slightly and asked, "The 2 of you don't look like the guards of Yunwu Pass. Are you waiting for me here?" The other middle-aged man nodded and said with a smile, "You're smart to be able to guess this. To tell you the truth, Elder Yuan and I are His Majesty's Imperial Envoys. We were ordered to wait for you here and pass on a message to you." Realization dawned on Ji Tianxing. At the same time, more questions appeared in his mind. Great Yan's Emperor's Imperial Envoys? They're waiting for me here? He frowned. He had a bad feeling about this. After all, he had caused an earth-shattering battle in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations. He had even killed the Blood Flame Divine Sovereign. The Great Yan Emperor had eyes and ears all over the Divine Nations. He must have known the truth long ago. However, the Great Yan Emperor had never asked about it and pretended not to know anything. Now that he had come to Yunwu Pass, the Great Yan Emperor had sent someone to wait for him here and pass on a message. No matter how he looked at it, this was not good news. As expected, the white-haired old man stared at Ji Tianxing and said in a dignified tone, "Tianxing, the matter between you and Prince Lien is a personal grudge. You caused such a huge commotion in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations. It's also a matter between you and the 2 Divine Nations. His Majesty is well aware of all this, but he didn't interfere. His Majesty is a benevolent and righteous ruler. He only protects the citizens of the Great Yan Empire and won't interfere with the internal affairs of the other Divine Nations. However, it's impossible for you to break into Yunwu Pass and even step into the Great Yan Empire tonight. His Majesty has said that you're not welcome in the Great Yan Empire. Please leave." The middle-aged man said in a dignified tone, "Tianxing, no matter how powerful you are or how bloodthirsty you are, His Majesty can ignore you as long as you don't threaten the Great Yan Empire. However, if you enter the Great Yan Empire, you'll endanger the safety of the citizens. This is unacceptable. I hope you know your place. Don't step into the Great Yan Empire and don't challenge His Majesty's authority. Otherwise, you'll have to bear His Majesty's wrath and face the encirclement of the entire empire. You'd better think about it carefully." Although the 2 imperial envoys' tone was unfriendly and their expressions were arrogant, they were the representatives of the Great Yan Empire. However, since they were here on behalf of Great Yan's emperor, they had to be imposing. They could not tarnish the emperor's reputation. Moreover, they did not say anything overboard. Ji Tianxing was not angry. He had expected this outcome. He sneered and said, "Please tell the Great Yan Emperor that I won't harm the citizens of the Great Yan Empire. I'm only here to hunt down Prince Lien. This is to get rid of an evil for the people and also to help the Great Yan Emperor resolve one of his worries." Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 2 imperial envoys and the divine general changed. Anger could be seen on their faces. B** starred. How dare you criticize His Majesty? The golden-armored divine general scolded angrily. The two imperial envoys' expressions darkened as well. They said coldly, "Brat, do you know the consequences of slandering His Majesty?" Tianxing, no matter how you quibble or plead for mercy, His Majesty's decree cannot be changed. If you know what's good for you, turn around and leave now. Don't even think about taking half a step into the great Yan Empire. Tianxing's smile became even more derisive. He nodded and said, "It seems like you know about the grudge between Prince Lien and the great Yan Emperor. Otherwise, why would you be so angry? In that case, I'll only ask one thing. If you give me an answer, I'll turn around and leave." The two imperial envoys fell silent. After a brief discussion, the white-bearded old man said, "Ask whatever you want. However, whether we're willing to answer is our business." Tianxing did not beat around the bush. He asked directly, "Is Prince Lien at Cloud Mist Pass? Did he pass by this place? Which direction did he go?" This question shouldn't make things difficult for you. In fact, you should be happy to hear it. Chapter 3183. Tianxing spoke the truth. But to the two imperial envoys and the general, they felt that his words were sarcastic and full of sarcasm. The three of them didn't look too good. They muttered to themselves for a while and secretly communicated with each other. The white-bearded old man sighed. His Majesty is indeed wise. He guessed that this guy would chase after Grand Prince Lien and boldly barge into Yunwu Pass. The middle-aged man frowned and said in a displeased tone, "This guy is very arrogant. He doesn't even respect His Majesty. If it weren't for His Majesty's orders, I would have taken action and extinguished his arrogance." The white-bearded old man said with a bitter smile, "Don't be angry. If you really took action and taught him a lesson, you would have been defeated in a few moves. Don't forget, this guy is very strong. Even a grand prince has been defeated by him. Moreover, this guy is ruthless and bloodthirsty. He doesn't care about our identities." The middle-aged man's face darkened and he didn't say anything else. The golden-armored general asked, "Imperial envoys, what do we do now? Should we tell him the truth?" The middle-aged man didn't make the decision on his own. He looked at the white-bearded old man and asked for his opinion. The white-bearded old man thought for a while and nodded. He transmitted, "It's better to avoid trouble. The grudge between this guy and Grand Prince Lien has nothing to do with us. There's no need to hide it for Grand Prince Lien. What's more, what he said wasn't wrong. If he can find Grand Prince Lien and kill him, it'll be considered a meritorious service. However, we can only keep these things in our hearts. We can't criticize him." The middle-aged man and the golden-armored general both nodded in agreement. The white-bearded old man looked at Tianxing and said, "Tianxing, I'm an imperial envoy appointed by His Majesty. I'm only here to carry out His Majesty's orders. I've already passed on the message to you. As for Grand Prince Lien's whereabouts and direction, I have no obligation to tell you. However, I see that you're in high spirits and dignified. You're not as ruthless and bloodthirsty as the rumors say. Therefore, I'm not telling you as an imperial envoy. I'm telling you as an individual. Grand Prince Lien isn't in Yunwu Pass. He hasn't even been here. However, he entered the Empire's territory a day ago. As for which direction he went, this old man has no idea." After saying this, the white-bearded old man quietly looked at Tianxing without saying another word. He had already said what he needed to say. Moreover, he had done Tianxing a favor in his personal capacity. If Tianxing continued to pester him, it would be Tianxing being unreasonable. In fact, Tianxing was well aware of this. Not only did he know that the white-bearded old man had done him a favor, he also knew why the old man had done so. As it turned out, Great Yan's emperor's attitude toward him was complicated and contradictory. They wanted to use him to get rid of Grand Prince Lien, but they were also afraid that he would cause trouble in the Great Yan Empire. If he could kill Grand Prince Lien, not only would he have gotten rid of a thorn in the Great Yan Emperor's side, but the Great Yan Emperor would also not have to pay any price, let alone bear the infamy. However, the Great Yan Emperor was also worried that if he went on a killing spree in the Great Yan Empire, he would incur the wrath of the people. At that time, no matter how unwilling the great Yan Emperor was, he would have to send troops to kill Ji Tianxing to restore the prestige of the nation. He had to maintain his glorious image of loving the people like his own children to secure his position as emperor. Otherwise, he would be impeached and criticized by the diehards. However, the great Yan Emperor knew that no matter how many elite troops he sent, they might not be able to kill Ji Tianxing. Instead, they would suffer heavy losses and sink deeper into the abyss. Once Ji Tianxing and the great Yan Empire had a blood feud, there would be no way to salvage the situation. Even if the great Yan Empire managed to kill Ji Tianxing in the end, they would suffer heavy losses. All in all, the great Yan Emperor's thoughts were complicated. As an imperial envoy and a trusted aide of the great Yan Emperor, the white-bearded old man naturally understood the emperor's thoughts. However, he could not say it out loud lest he hurt the emperor's reputation. Therefore, he very cleverly chose to tell Ji Tianxing in his personal capacity. The twists and turns in this matter were not something an ordinary person could figure out. Ji Tianxing raised an eyebrow. He cupped his fists at the white-bearded old man and said, "Thank you for telling me. In that case, I'll take my leave now." After he finished speaking, he turned around and left cloud mist pass through the gap in the divine formation. Everyone stood where they were and watched Ji Tianxing's figure disappear into the night sky. They were silent for a while. The golden-armored general waved his hand, signaling the 1,000 elite soldiers to retreat. Only the white-bearded old man, the middle-aged man, and the golden-armored general were left. The three of them began to discuss. The middle-aged man frowned in confusion and muttered, "That kid's way of doing things is indeed different from what the rumors say. He doesn't seem like a vicious and bloodthirsty executioner who will stop at nothing." The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and nodded. Putting aside the grudge between him and Prince Lien, he's a peak-stage divine lord at such a young age. He can be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime genius. Such peerless geniuses are usually very proud. How can he be a villain who won't stop at nothing? The golden-armored general breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "I originally thought that this person would be very difficult to deal with and that there would most likely be a fierce battle tonight. I didn't expect that he would be sent away so easily. Elder Yuan is really courageous to actually be able to intimidate him." The white-bearded old man stroked his beard and laughed self-deprecatingly. "General Wang, don't make fun of this old man. How can this old man have the ability to intimidate the famous killing god? It's His Majesty's prestige that killing god is afraid of and does not dare to offend. Furthermore, killing god is not a reckless person. Of course, he knows how to weigh the pros and cons. He only has a grudge with Prince Lien. He has no grudge with us. Why should he make things difficult for us and become enemies with the Empire?" The golden-armored general nodded repeatedly in agreement. The middle-aged man thought for a while and asked again, "Elder Yuan, is that kid really willing to leave just like that? Why did he believe your words without any doubt?" The white-bearded old man chuckled and said, "Firstly, this old man has no need to lie to him. There is no need for me to cover for Prince Lien. He is well aware of it. Secondly, do you think he didn't investigate? When we were negotiating, he had already secretly released his divine sense and searched the floating city several times. He didn't find any trace of Prince Lien, nor did he detect the aura left behind by Prince Lien. Of course, he has to believe this old man." The golden-armored general was even more impressed and flattered the white-bearded old man a few more times. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and thought for a while before continuing to ask, "Then in Elder Yuan's opinion, where will that kid go after leaving Yunwu Pass? Will he really be intimidated and not step into the Empire's territory?" The white-bearded old man shook his head again and chuckled. "Of course not. He is arrogant and lawless. How can he be intimidated by a few words from us? If he doesn't step into the Empire's territory, how will he hunt down Prince Lien? This is something that His Majesty has long anticipated." Chapter 3184. As it turned out, the white-bearded old man was a sly old fox. His speculation about Ji Tianxing was spot on. On the surface, it seemed like Ji Tianxing had been intercepted as soon as he entered the floating city. However, in truth, when he was negotiating with the two imperial envoys, he had secretly scouted the entire floating city. The white-bearded old man did not lie to him. Prince Lien was indeed not in the floating city and had not been to Cloud Mist Pass. That was why Ji Tianxing had left without wasting any time. After leaving Cloud Mist Pass, he did not return to the Raging Flame Divine Nation. Instead, he stepped into the Great Yan Empire's territory. However, he went around Cloud Mist Pass, crossed a desolate mountain range, and entered Great Yan's territory. As for the direction of flight, it was, of course, southeast. His next destination was Thousand Sun Lake in Thousand Sun County. That was where the Heavenly Union Sect's headquarters was located. Ji Tianxing had expected Prince Lien to hide in the Heavenly Union Sect since he did not dare to return to the imperial capital. Currently, Prince Lien had not passed through Cloud Mist Pass and had fled to the Great Yan Empire. He had not come into contact with the Great Yan Emperor's men at all. This proved that Prince Lien was not only guarding against Ji Tianxing, but he was also guarding against the Great Yan Emperor's attacks. No matter how cunning and cautious you are, you still have to hide from the Heavenly Union Sect. No matter what, the Heavenly Union Sect's headquarters is at Thousand Sun Lake. There's no way you can run away. As Ji Tianxing hurried along, he calculated in his mind and sneered playfully. At this moment, Lin Xue's voice rang in his mind. "Brat, why aren't you fighting with the people of the Great Yan Empire?" Lin Xue left emissary Jin, and the others were recuperating and cultivating in the divine ship. On the second day of the battle on Sky Dragon Mountain, they eagerly asked Ji Tianxing about the results of the battle. Ji Tianxing told them the truth. They were shocked beyond words. After a long time of excitement, Lin Xue and the others finally calmed down. Then, Lin Xue began to complain about Ji Tianxing. Why did he kill the 13,000 soldiers alone and not give her a chance to fight? Although Lord Blood Illusion left emissary Jin, and the others did not say anything, they felt it was a pity. They had only participated in the initial battle, but had not been able to accompany Ji Tianxing to the end. As a result, news of that earth-shattering battle spread throughout the divine nations and Ji Tianxing's name spread throughout the world. On the other hand, they were unknown and had missed the opportunity to make a name for themselves. Regarding this, Ji Tianxing's reaction was very calm. He consoled them. The battle that day was too intense. If you had participated in the battle, I would have had to divert my attention to protect you. Otherwise, you could have easily died. It doesn't matter if you miss this opportunity. Don't worry, there will be more opportunities to become famous in the future. With regards to his words of comfort, Lin Xue, Sir God Blood Illusion, and the others did not know whether to be happy or depressed. Fortunately, Lin Xue only grumbled a little and did not continue to pester him. In the next 10 days, Ji Tianxing had been hurrying on with his journey. Everyone else was also cultivating in seclusion in the divine worship. Tonight, Lin Xue was truly bored out of her wits. That was why she took the initiative to send a voice transmission to Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing frowned and said unhappily, "You're a savage and bloodthirsty demoness. I've only killed tens of thousands of people 10 days ago, and I've already been crowned as the god of slaughter and the butcher. If I clash with the Great Yan Empire again tonight and kill all the defenders of Cloud Mist Pass, I'll really become an executioner." Lin Xue said disapprovingly, "You're being indecisive. If I were you and had strength comparable to a godly king, I'd crush my way through. I'd kill all those who refuse to obey me. Even if I offend the entire Great Yan Empire, I wouldn't care. I'd crush them all the same. If I'm angered, I'll kill the Great Yan Emperor and slaughter the entire imperial city." Ji Tianxing could not help but roll his eyes. He said snappily, "That's why you're called the Bloody Blade Demoness, the Bloody Blade Demoness, the Bloodthirsty Demoness. You asked for it." Lin Xue was still unconcerned. She said with conviction, "Haven't you heard of this saying? A general's success is built on the bones of 10,000. Since ancient times, which peerless expert and hero didn't step on piles of corpses and become famous with shocking battle records?" Ji Tianxing patiently lectured her. He said, even if that's the case, you can't kill the innocent. You have to kill meaningful opponents and experts to build your reputation. If I waste my time and slaughter the defenders of Cloud Mist Pass, I'll only make Prince Lien laugh his head off. Lin Shui thought for a moment before she understood the stakes. She asked, you're saying that Prince Lien is not only afraid of you, but he's also wary of the Great Yen Emperor? You're in a tripartite relationship now. The Great Yen Emperor wants to use you to get rid of Prince Lien, but he can't let you damage the dignity of the empire. Prince Lien wants you to become enemies with the Great Yen Emperor and watch from the sidelines while the tigers fight. He even wants to reap the benefits? Ji Tianxing chuckled and said, you're not too stupid. You can still be saved. Go to hell. Lin Shui cursed. She said fiercely, so, you're going to the Heavenly Union Sect's headquarters now and take advantage of the situation to kill Prince Lien. Ji Tianxing nodded. He asked, what else can I do? Prince Lien is running for his life in a hurry. He didn't have time to come up with a plan. This is the best opportunity to get rid of him. If I waste my time and give him a chance to catch his breath, I'm afraid there'll be more variables. Lin Shui said disdainfully, aren't you just wasting your time if you travel alone? Ji Tianxing was speechless. He could only bring out the divine worship. Swoosh. There was a flash of divine light. The pitch-black divine worship flew into the night sky and quickly returned to its original size of 10,000 feet. Ji Tianxing entered the divine worship in a flash. He walked into the control room and saw Lin Shui activating the formation. She was going to operate the divine formation herself. Hence, he could not help but ask, why are you alone? Where are left emissary Jean and right emissary Blood Dragon? Aren't you going to let them pilot the divine worship? Lin Shui glanced at him and said, they're still recovering and cultivating. There's no need for them to show their faces. I'll personally pilot the divine worship for you. It's much faster than them. This is the only way to save you time. Do you understand? Ji Tianxing spread his hands and said, since you're so considerate, what else can I say? Lin Shui glared at him again and said unhappily, then go and rest. I'll be enough to pilot the divine worship alone. I'll inform you when something happens. Ji Tianxing was a little worried. He asked, do you know where the headquarters of the Heavenly Union Sect is? Lin Shui was stunned. Then she snorted and said, of course I don't know. Then why don't you tell me? Ji Tianxing was speechless again. Why are you so arrogant if you don't know? Thousand Sun County, Thousand Sun Lake. Just fly southeast. It'll take you at least 20 days to reach there. I know. You can go now. Lin Shui urged impatiently. Ji Tianxing did not waste any more words with her. He got up and left the control room. When he returned to the secret room, he took out the Jiutian 10 Absolutes Pagoda and entered the distorted space-time to cultivate. Chapter 3185. The dim light distorted in the sky. Ji Tianxing stood under the majestic blood flame's sacred tree with a gratified smile on his face. It has indeed grown taller, and its divine power aura has also become stronger. It was just as he had expected. Previously, he had fought a decisive battle with 13,000 soldiers on Celestial Dragon Mountain and then slaughtered his way into the raging flame royal city. After that earth-shattering battle, the blood flame's sacred tree had absorbed a vast amount of divine souls and bloodline power, and it had clearly become much stronger. Not only had the sacred tree grown taller, but its divine light had also become more dazzling. Even the soaring crimson flames had become more turbulent and mighty. At the same time, purple shoots had sprouted from more bare branches. The buds on the tree branches had also gradually grown into leaves. The blood flame's sacred tree had gained life, and it was thriving with vitality. Yun Yao, Jiku, Ji Wushuang, Zhen Hong, and the others were still cultivating around the sacred tree. The blood flame's sacred tree had become stronger, and the benefits they had received had also multiplied. Their strength had improved even faster. Ji Tianxing walked around the sacred tree to check on everyone, Qian Yu, and the black dragon. Seeing that everything was normal, he also sat down cross-legged under the divine tree and began to cultivate in seclusion. The previous battles had also been a test and training for him, and he had benefited greatly from them. Especially the heaven-punishing divine art. He had gained more inspiration and understanding, and he would definitely be able to perfect it. Ji Tianxing began cultivating the heaven-punishing divine art, constantly correcting and perfecting the first stage of the art. As time passed, he continued to absorb the power of the blood flame sacred tree, and at the same time, he used up large amounts of divine stones and resources. Unknowingly, half a year had passed. The first stage of the heaven-punishing divine art had become even more perfect and wondrous. At the same time, Ji Tianxing's strength had also increased greatly, and he was gradually advancing toward the 9th level of the Divine Lord realm. Ji Tianxing did not stop, and he continued to deduce the second stage of the heaven-punishing divine art. This process was very long, complicated, and tedious. It required tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions of deductions and attempts. Ordinary people did not have such comprehension and thinking ability, nor did they have such strong willpower. However, Ji Tianxing did it. Moreover, he was immersed in it and didn't feel bored at all. Time passed quickly, and the distorted space was silent. In the outside world, Lin Shui was driving the godly battleship alone toward the Thousand Sun County. The journey was very boring. In particular, Shui Huan, Left Emissary Jin, and Blood Dragon were all in seclusion in the secret chamber. She was alone in the driver's seat with no one to talk to. The first 2 days were fine, but after the third day, she felt a little bored. However, she didn't relax, nor did she dare to let her guard down. She continued to rush towards Qianyang County at full speed. She knew the importance of this matter, so how could she dare to neglect it? However, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, "Why is it so peaceful all the way here? There isn't even a single person to intercept or track me." Even if Great Yan's emperor had a tacit understanding with Tianxing, he could continue to feign ignorance. What about Prince Lien? He must know we're chasing after him. We've already returned to the Great Yan Empire, and this is his territory. Why didn't he send anyone to intercept or harass us? Lin Shui had long been on guard against the Great Yan Emperor and Prince Lien sending people to harass them. However, things were a little strange. It was different from what she had imagined. She couldn't help but feel worried. She thought to herself, could it be that Prince Lien's influence in the Great Yan Empire is weak, unlike in the Blood Flame and Raging Flame Divine Nations where he can do whatever he wants? That's possible. After all, this is the Great Yan Emperor's territory. The Great Yan Emperor had always been wary of Prince Lien. How could he allow Prince Lien to expand his influence? There's another possibility. Prince Lien hasn't recovered from his injuries yet. He was in a hurry to escape and didn't have time to deploy his troops. However, that doesn't make sense. He only needs to send a transmission jade slip and explain the situation to the Heavenly Sect. The Heavenly Sect is so powerful. They should be able to send a large number of experts to intercept and kill us. Lin Shui could not figure it out no matter how she thought about it. Instead, the more she thought about it, the more confused she became. In a fit of anger, she decided to stop thinking about it. She muttered angrily, "Figuring out schemes and plans isn't my strong suit. I wonder where Tianxing and Prince Lien come up with so many ideas and schemes? Don't they feel a headache from scheming all day long? Who cares what they think? I'll just sail the ship. If we encounter a powerful enemy, we'll just fight to the death." With that thought in mind, Lin Shui felt refreshed. Her thoughts were clear. Meanwhile, in Tianfeng County that was 15 million miles away from Lin Shui and the others, a dark red divine warship that was 10,000 feet long and shaped like a huge dragon was speeding through the night sky. This was a supreme-grade monarch-grade divine warship. Not only was its defense strong, but its attack power was also powerful. Even its flying speed was astonishing. There were more than 60 people on the divine warship. All of them were elites and experts. These people were Prince Lien's confidants, his most trusted followers and guards. Naturally, there were also a few of his favorite concubines. At this moment, Prince Lien was sitting in his personal secret chamber. He was waiting patiently for something. After a while, a young man in black armor walked quickly into the secret chamber and bowed to Prince Lien. "Greetings, Your Highness. There's already some progress." Prince Lien raised his eyebrows and said in a dignified tone, "Speak." Lien San didn't dare to talk nonsense. He directly reported, "The informant we planted in Yunwu Pass just sent news." According to the informant's report, on the second night after we entered the Great Yan Empire, an expert sneaked into Yunwu Pass. However, the general and 2 imperial envoys had been waiting for a long time and stopped that expert. I don't know what they talked about, but after some negotiation, they didn't fight. That expert left quietly. After that, our informant asked around and found out that the expert was Tian Xing. Obviously, the informant Prince Lien had planted in Yunwu Pass was of a lower status and didn't participate in the interception that night. However, this news was enough for Prince Lien. He frowned and said in a low voice, "As I expected, that bastard Tian Xing really went to Yunwu Pass. Since they didn't fight and even negotiated, it means that the 2 imperial envoys were happy to see Tian Xing chase after me. They must have told Tian Xing the truth. That's why he left Yunwu Pass. Tian Xing definitely won't give up. He should be rushing toward Qianyang County. He's delusional to chase after and stop me." Lien San comforted him, "Don't worry, Your Highness. We entered the Empire a day earlier than him. Also, we can find a teleportation formation along the way. That brat definitely won't be able to catch up with us." Prince Lien didn't comment. He frowned and asked, "What about Lien Si? Didn't I ask him to send a message to the vice sect master and elders at the headquarters? Why isn't there any news yet?" Lien San comforted him again, "Don't worry, Your Highness. Once the headquarters sends back news, Lien Si will definitely report it immediately." The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 3186. Naturally, Prince Lien was not worried that Ji Tianxing would catch up to him. First, his warship was much faster than Lin Shui's monarch-grade high-grade divine warship. Second, he could use the teleportation divine formations in the various counties. No one would dare to stop him. However, Ji Tianxing would not dare to do that unless he wanted to make an enemy out of the Great Yan Emperor and declare war on the Great Yan Empire. At this moment, Prince Lien was worried about another problem. Naturally, he would not be caught or intercepted by Ji Tianxing as he fled back to the Unity Heaven sect. However, what would happen after he fled to the Unity Heaven sect? Would he be able to cultivate in seclusion without any worries? Prince Lien was not so sure. He had a big question mark on his mind. The hidden chamber fell silent. Since Prince Lien did not speak, Lien San could only stand quietly. Time passed quietly. About half an hour later, another divines in black armor walked briskly into the hidden chamber. It was Lien Si. He quickly walked up to Prince Lien and bowed respectfully. "Lien Si greets Your Highness." Prince Lien had been waiting for him. When he saw that Lien Si had finally arrived, he hurriedly waved his hand to dismiss him. He asked, "Lien Si, did the headquarters reply?" Lien Si respectfully replied, "Reporting to Your Highness, just a moment ago, this subordinate received a message from the vice sect leader. The vice sect master said that there's been a breakthrough in the Verdant Jade Palace recently. The 50-faction alliance has successfully broken through 2 grand formations and arrived at the palace's gates." Everyone was overjoyed. Originally, the sect master had been guarding the Verdant Jade Palace with 18 elders, reverends, and 300 elite disciples. However, after this incident, the dozens of factions were eager to make a move. They secretly mobilized their forces and gathered at the Verdant Jade Palace. This was because once the Verdant Jade Palace's gates were opened, the factions would fight for a spot to enter the palace. Hence, 10 days ago, the sect master mobilized some people and sent them to the Verdant Jade Palace. Among them, there are 2 grand elders, for consecrators, and 200 elite disciples. When Prince Lien heard the first half of the message, he was happy and expectant. After all, he was determined to obtain the Verdant Jade Palace. However, when he heard the second half of the story, his expression darkened, and his eyes were filled with worry. He stared at Lien Si with a dignified gaze and asked in a deep voice, "Who is left in the headquarters?" Lien Si was intimidated by the powerful pressure. He lowered his head in fear and replied truthfully, replying to the prince, "The defense of the headquarters is currently very weak. Only the vice sect master, 3 elders, 12 deacons, 200 elite disciples, 5,000 ordinary disciples, and more than 10,000 servants are left." Although Prince Lien was already mentally prepared, when he heard the news, his vision still went dark and he almost couldn't help but curse. He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. He had to take a few deep breaths to suppress his anger. Damn it! Ever since I joined the heavenly sect, when has the headquarters ever been so defenseless? Why did such a thing happen when this king was returning to the headquarters? Is this the will of the heavens? Prince Lien clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked as he roared furiously. Lien San and Lien Si were trembling with fear. They quickly knelt on one knee and buried their heads in the ground, not daring to breathe. After a long period of silence, Grand Prince Lien finally calmed down and muttered to himself, "Vice Sect Master's strength is on par with mine. The 3 elders are only in the 8th degree realm. As for those deacons and elite disciples, they are not even worth mentioning. Even if there are more than 10,000 people in the headquarters, they will not be enough for Tianxing to slaughter. If I really return to the headquarters, not only will it not be safe, but I will also be waiting for death." Hearing this, Lien San and Lien Si were filled with anxiety and worry. The two of them quickly tried to comfort Prince Lien and help him come up with a plan. "Your Highness, please calm down. The sect master's arrangement is also for the Green Jade Palace. It is a great opportunity and we cannot miss it no matter what. Your Highness, the sect master's will is very firm. The competition between the 50 forces is also very fierce and the battle is about to break out. Under the current situation, the sect master will not send any experts back to the headquarters. How about this? We will not return to the headquarters. Instead, we will take a detour and secretly go to the Pure Wind County. Your secret palace is there." Hearing Lien Si's suggestion, Lien San's eyes lit up and he quickly nodded in agreement. "That's right, Your Highness. We can go to the Pure Wind County. The mystic area is very hidden. Moreover, the people guarding the palace are your absolute confidants. It will be very safe." Prince Lien hesitated for a moment and seemed to be tempted. But after a moment of consideration, he still shook his head and refused. Although the mystic area and palace in the Pure Wind County were secretly built by me many years ago as a precaution and a refuge, it is reasonable to say that the heavenly sect and the first prince do not know about it, so it should be very safe. But I can't go there. Lien San and Lien Si were stunned and asked doubtfully, "Your Highness, why can't you go?" Prince Lien sneered and said with resentment, "Because you are my confidants. Not only you two know about it, even Lien Er knows about the mystic area and palace." Lien San and Lien Si were even more confused and asked subconsciously, "But Your Highness, didn't Lien Er die in battle?" "Ha." Prince Lien nodded and said, "Yes, Lien Er sacrificed himself and even blew himself up. He would never reveal this secret. But we were not at the scene. Who can guarantee that Lien Er did not betray me before he died? What's more, that bastard Tianxing is full of tricks. He will definitely use other methods to get information and secrets from Lien Er. I suspect that bastard also knows about the existence of the palace in the Pure Wind County. If he follows the vine to find the melon, won't I lose my life on the spot?" Lien San and Lien Si were stunned. While they were shocked, they also felt a little disappointed. The two of them didn't expect that Lien Er would be so loyal to the prince. It could even be said that he would never change his mind even in death. In the end, the prince would not completely trust Lien Er and would even be wary and suspicious of him. Lien San and Lien Si could not help but think that their status was not as high as Lien Er's, and they were not as valued by the prince as Lien Er. Then how insignificant were the two of them in the prince's heart? Of course, they were only thinking about it and did not dare to show the slightest dissatisfaction. At this time, Prince Lien continued, Although what I said just now may sound a little excessive or unbelievable to you, I must be careful. But Ben Wang must act cautiously and prepare for the worst. If I make a mistake, I will lose everything. Do you understand? It's better to be safe than sorry. Lien San and Lien Si felt a little better and nodded to show that they understood. Your Highness, if we can't go back to the headquarters and Pure Wind County, where should we go? Prince Lien's mouth curved into a cold smile and said in a mocking tone, Now that things have come to this, where can we go? There is only that place. The fastest mobile version of the website. Chapter 3187. Although the journey was boring, Lin Shui persevered. For 20 days, she steered the divine battleship alone. The result was just as Ji Tianxing had expected. On the evening of the 20th day, the divine battleship finally arrived at the Thousand Sun Lake in the Thousand Sun County. This lake, which was located in the middle of the mountains, had a circumference of 100,000 miles. The lake water was deep and cold. Even the lightest feather could not float on the surface. Anything that fell into the Thousand Sun Lake would sink without a trace. The evening breeze blew, but the surface of the lake was like a mirror. There were no ripples. However, it was said that this mysterious Thousand Sun Lake was home to many powerful divine beasts. The lake was surrounded by towering mountains. Clouds and mist swirled around it, and the roars of beasts could be heard. The headquarters of the famous Heavenly Union sect in the Great Yan Empire was in the depths of the Thousand Sun Lake. Ordinary people did not even have the right to enter the Thousand Sun Lake, let alone see the Heavenly Union sect's headquarters. The thick mist on the lake covered everything 100 feet away. It was hazy and could not be seen clearly. The divine battleship stopped at the Thousand Sun Lake. Lin Shui heaved a sigh of relief and muttered to herself, I've finally completed my mission and arrived at the Thousand Sun Lake. Now it's up to that lad. After saying that, she extended her divine perception to Ji Tianxing's secret chamber. She wanted to wake Ji Tianxing up. In the end, there was no one in the secret chamber. There was only a divine pagoda floating in the air. Lin Shui guessed that Ji Tianxing was cultivating in the divine pagoda but could not contact him. She could only wait patiently. That lad said that I would need 20 days to reach the Thousand Sun Lake. He should remember the time and end his seclusion, right? As she spoke, Lin Shui looked at the Thousand Sun Lake cautiously. She controlled the divine formation to make the divine battleship invisible. Soon, the divine battleship merged with the clouds in the sky and disappeared without a trace. While Lin Shui looked around cautiously, she waited patiently for Ji Tianxing to appear. At the same time, Ji Tianxing had been in seclusion for 3 years in the distorted space-time of the Divine Pagoda. In the past 3 years, he had been trying to figure out the second level of the heaven-punishing divine skill. The first level of a cultivation technique was to establish one's foundation, while the second level of a cultivation technique sought for changes and breakthroughs. It contained even more laws and principles and possessed even greater might. Therefore, the deduction and perfection of the second level of the cultivation technique were extremely complicated and tedious. Fortunately, Ji Tianxing's 3 years of cultivation were fruitful. He had successfully deduced the second level of the heaven punishment divine skill. Of course, that was only the foundation and framework of the second layer of the cultivation method. The details weren't perfect enough, so it couldn't be considered a true success. If he wanted to complete and perfect the second layer of the cultivation technique, he would have to spend at least a few more years. Unfortunately, he didn't have that much time to continue comprehending the deity incantation. He didn't forget about the Thousand Sun Lake and the He Tian sect, so he ended his cultivation. This time, he had been cultivating the heaven-punishing divine skill and deducing the second stage of the skill. He had not deliberately increased his strength. Even so, his strength and foundation continued to rise, becoming more and more robust. Even though he was still at the 8th level Divine Lord Realm, he was not far from the 9th level Divine Lord Realm. His true combat strength had also increased by more than 2 times compared to before. Sush. After finishing his cultivation, Ji Tianxing opened his eyes and muttered to himself, Calculating the time, I have been in seclusion for 3 years, and 20 days have passed in the outside world. If nothing unexpected happened, Lin Shui should have arrived at the Thousand Sun Lake. With that, he got up and left the distorted space-time, returning to the secret chamber. After putting away the 9 Heavens 10 Absolutes pagoda, he rushed to the cockpit of the deity vessel. As expected, the deity vessel stopped at the shore of a large lake. Lin Shui sat alone in the cockpit, observing the situation around her. Seeing that Ji Tianxing had arrived, Lin Shui obviously heaved a sigh of relief. She snorted unhappily and said, "I didn't disappoint you. I arrived at the Thousand Sun Lake on time. On the other hand, you were a bit slow. Why did you only come out now?" Ji Tianxing knew that she was just complaining and didn't have any ill intentions, so he ignored her. He used his divine perception to scan the surroundings. Seeing that it was quiet within 30,000 miles, and there were no traces of the deity race, he asked, "How long have you been here? Did you see anyone?" Lin Shui answered honestly, "I've been here for 2 hours. I've been observing the situation, but I didn't see anyone." Ji Tianxing nodded and frowned. Logically speaking, the entire Thousand Sun Lake is the He Tian sect's territory, so there should be guards patrolling the area. But why is there no one within a 30,000-mile radius? There must be something fishy about this. Lin Shui blinked and asked doubtfully, "What you mean is that Prince Lien returned to the He Tian sect before us, and he has already asked the He Tian sect to set up an ambush? It's so quiet around here. Is he trying to lure us in?" Ji Tianxing nodded and said, "It's possible. But there's another possibility. The He Tian sect's defense is weak, so they had no choice but to shrink their defense circle and withdraw everyone back into the mountain." Lin Shui was instantly stunned. She frowned in disbelief. How is this possible? The He Tian sect is one of the top 3 sects in the Great Yan Empire. They have at least 100 Sir-Gods and 10 to 20,000 disciples and guards. How can their defense be weak? Especially the Grand Elder, Sect Master, and Deputy Sect Master of the He Tian sect. It said that they are all Sir-Gods at the peak of the 9th stage. Lin Shui did not know about the Green Jade Palace, so she thought that the He Tian sect's people were in the mountain. Ji Tianxing only smiled and did not explain further. "It's useless for us to observe here. Let's save some time and go directly to the He Tian sect's mountain." Lin Shui hurriedly nodded in agreement. "Okay, no matter whether the He Tian sect's mountain is weak or not, we will know once we try. You will control the divine warship, and I will wake up Shui Huan and left emissary Jin." Shui Lin rubbed her palms together in an excited manner. Imagining the upcoming battle, she felt her blood boiling. Ji Tianxing had a premonition and could vaguely guess the result. He raised his hand and called out to Lin Shui, who was about to leave. "Don't be anxious. Let me check the situation first. Don't let them fight for now." Although Lin Shui did not know what he meant, she still nodded in agreement. Swoosh! The divine warship passed through the clouds and flew toward the center of the Thousand Sun Lake at lightning speed. After about 15 minutes, the divine warship had flown more than 40,000 miles. The center of the Thousand Sun Lake was in front of them. On the surface of the water that was surrounded by clouds and mist, an island with a radius of more than 200 miles could be vaguely seen. The island was oval-shaped, and the terrain was high in the north and low in the south. The south was close to the water, and the north was grassland and forest. The north of the island was a majestic mountain range. Ji Tianxing could see clearly that there were many herb fields and gardens in the southern peninsula. There were also many divine beasts. In the mountain range of the northern peninsula, there were houses and palaces built on each mountain peak. They looked solemn and imposing. Without a doubt, that was the He Tian sect's mountain. Chapter 3188. The ship arrived at the edge of Lake Heart Island and stopped above the water. Ji Tianxing handed the ship over to Lin Shui to control. He left the ship alone and stood in the sky overlooking Lake Heart Island, observing with his god's eye. The situation was as he expected, on the water around Lake Heart Island. Trying to update. Please refresh later. This chapter is trying to update. Please refresh later. Handsome man and beautiful woman, please register as a member first. Register as a member of this site and use the bookmark function on the bookshelf to read the latest updates. Phone, / if this chapter is nonsense like the author asking for votes, please skip it and continue to the next chapter. Please save this page first so that you can read it later, or you won't be able to find this chapter later. Recommended author, Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Summary. He was just a small servant, but he was involved in an ancient secret. A bizarre murder case had sent an affectionate young miss and a cold and arrogant little maid to him. Were they really innocent people who were involved in this? West Lake Broken Bridge, strange and treacherous. Love connected by a thread. The truth is just a short distance away. Strange Stories of the Southern Song Dynasty. Forwarding address /33xs/3175553/33xs/3175553/ Content Trial Reading Chapter 001. Returning Home in Glory. Southern Dynasty, Qi Kingdom, Qiantang, Shilling Bridge. The moon hung high in the sky, the night fog curled up on the road. An oil wall carriage came from afar, running lightly on a small road in the countryside of Jiangnan. There was a pair of lanterns in front of the carriage. As the carriage bumped along with the rolling wheels, the delicate and beautiful word, Su, on the lanterns also swayed. The carriage was draped with a light veil, and a coachman sat in front of the carriage holding the reins. The moonlight was like water, illuminating the ground and not making it dark. More importantly, he was already familiar with this road. He could walk on it with his eyes closed, so the night did not affect the speed of the carriage at all. The veil swayed with the wind, occasionally revealing 3 beautiful figures in the carriage. In the middle was a girl in a red dress. Her hair was cloudy and her steps were light. Looking from behind, one could only see her slender neck, like an elegant swan. The girl on the left was white, and the girl on the right was green. Based on her clothes and hairstyle, she was still dressed as a young girl. Obviously, she was the maid of the beauty in the middle. But seeing the 3 of them sitting together, walking under the moonlight, and their crisp laughter, it was obvious they were like sisters. The girl in the middle was Qiantang's #1 dancer, Su Yaoyao. The girls in white and green were her maids, by Su and Qing Ting, who were as close as sisters. The 3 ladies were traveling at night to meet with young Master Wan, an official's family. Tonight, young Master Wan had set up a banquet and invited all the local talents and beauties. First, domain name, please remember _3. Suddenly, the frosty night sky changed from a cold pale white to a golden light, as if a sun that had been sealed for 10,000 years had suddenly broken free from its shackles and leaped into the sky. The coachman, Old Huang, who was driving the carriage, suddenly couldn't see anything. In a panic, he hurriedly pulled on the reins. The 2 horses were abruptly reined in by him and reared up. Their 4 big hooves heavily smashed onto the ground with a pow sound, abruptly stopping the carriage. Ouch! The 3 girls in the carriage were caught off guard and almost fell out of the carriage because of the sudden stop. Fortunately, the 3 of them were squeezed together. Although the 3 girls' delicate bodies were light, how wide could an oil wall carriage be? Therefore, they didn't roll out of the carriage. If they fell and messed up their hair, it would be fine, but if they fell and hit the ground with their faces, it would ruin their beautiful faces. Old Huang, what's going on? Su Yaoyao was a little angry. She covered her face with her hand and blocked the strong light. She lifted the veil, bent over, and stood on the carriage. Bai Su and Qingting followed. The 3 of them stood at the front of the carriage and looked up at the sky. As soon as they saw the strange scene in the sky, they were stunned. He saw a huge golden wheel-like object that looked like a heavenly king was hovering in the air. The light that was as bright as the sun was radiating from it. It swayed in the air as though it couldn't support itself. All of a sudden, the golden wheel-like object exploded. The huge shockwave was like ripples that quickly spread in all directions. The driver, Old Huang, cried out in surprise. He rolled off the carriage like a lazy donkey and dove into the bottom of the carriage. On the other hand, Su Yaoyao, by Su and Qingting couldn't dodge in time, so the golden light passed through their bodies. The three beautiful girls swayed a little and fell to the ground. The golden light disappeared and so did the golden wheel in the sky. A few places were set on fire and smoke rose. The night returned to its cold state as the light shone on the three beautiful bodies. The night dew was sparkling and translucent. The grass was like a carpet, the pine trees were like a canopy, and the path was silent. The oily wagon stood there, and the two horses snorted blankly, as if nothing had happened. Time flew by. 500 years later, the moon was high in the sky and the lanterns were lit. It was a lively time for Qinhuai. Beside the peach leaf fairy, a young man waved a small fan and walked over slowly. Many passers-by on the road would greet him warmly, "Brother Han." The young man would return their greetings with a smile and was very polite. Brother Han was dressed in a round-neck robe with a leather belt around his waist. He wore a pair of legless headdress and a beautiful rose by his temples. It complemented his handsome face and made him look a little devilish. However, there was nothing he could do. This was the custom of the Song dynasty. From the emperor to the commoners, as long as they were men, they liked to wear flowers. The young man in front of him was tall and handsome. Even when he wasn't smiling, there was a hint of a smile on his face. It was slightly upturned and very likable. His pair of black and shiny eyebrows made his eyes look especially spirited and lively. It was as if he could speak as he looked around. He was different from those men who were covered in grease and insisted on wearing flowers. When young ladies and young wives saw him, they couldn't help but take a few more glances. This person's name was Yang Han. 3 days ago, he was a member of the Nanjing Street Department of the Song dynasty. The street department was in charge of the city streets. Its functions and status were similar to the urban management of the later generations. However, the urban management of the Song dynasty had many functions. It was almost a combination of policing, environmental protection, taxation, fire control, price inspection, industrial and commercial law enforcement, greening and cleaning, and handling illegal road occupation. Those who could do this were either a scoundrel like Nyo Air who could control people or a slick person who knew how to steer according to the wind. However, when he really had to fight with people, he had to be a good fighter. Not only could he bend and stretch, but he also had to be soft and hard. Yang Han belonged to the latter. He was eloquent, alert, and had good martial arts. Although he was a commoner at the bottom of society, the 300 years of the Song dynasty were the best and wealthiest dynasty among all the dynasties. If you didn't have the ambition to become a marquis and conquer the world, you just wanted to be a commoner. Or if you only had the ability to be a commoner, then you were born in the Song dynasty and had cultivated merit for several generations. In other dynasties, the lives of commoners were far inferior. Therefore, Yang Han, a little urban management of the Song dynasty's Jiankang city, lived a very interesting life. Unfortunately, 3 days ago, he lost this fat job. It wasn't that Yang Han was impartial and offended some big shot. It wasn't that he met a scoundrel with some background and couldn't continue working. It was because the head of the street department, Master Li, had taken a fancy to him and wanted to marry his daughter to him. The head of the department was equivalent to the captain of the urban management team. He was a member of the Yamen, and people like Yang Han were all recruited by the head of the department. Therefore, to be precise, Yang Han was the head of the department. To be able to become the son-in-law of the head of the department, there should be smoke rising from his ancestors' graves. However, Yang Han was also a smooth and slick character. He was very familiar with the city's fox and rat society in Jiankang City. He was very well informed. He knew the head of the department's precious daughter better than the head of the department himself. How could he agree? Master Li's daughter was called Li Xiu. She was born beautiful, but she didn't behave properly in the imperial examinations. According to the news that Yang Han heard, this Miss Li had several lovers. She even had an abortion for one of her recent lovers, a scholar named Mu Si. Until now, the two of them were still hooking up with each other, and their relationship was unclear. As the saying goes, it's better to marry a prostitute and live a good life than to marry a red apricot over the wall. Yang Han was also an ambitious man. He didn't want to be a scapegoat for that surnamed Mu and be criticized behind his back. Therefore, Yang Han used all his means and didn't hesitate to sully himself. He was unwilling to give in no matter what. However, he didn't know what was wrong with this Master Li's brain. He didn't understand the principle that a forcefully twisted melon won't be sweet. He actually threatened to resign from his job. Yang Han naturally refused to give in. Therefore, he lost his job. These 2 days, when people on the street mentioned the missing Yang Han, many people couldn't help but sigh. They felt sorry for him, but they didn't expect that he would show up this evening. There was a restaurant next to Tao Yidu. Yang Han walked in, picked a table and sat down. He raised his voice and said, "Shopkeeper, a bowl of duck blood and vermicelli soup, a tray of crab roe buns, and a jiao of wine." When Miss Du, who was wearing an apron, saw it was Yang Han, she was delighted. Girls love pretty boys. Who didn't love to see a handsome young man? She and her father took care of this shop. Every time Yang Han came, the duck blood and vermicelli soup was full of ingredients. They were even willing to put a spoonful of pepper for him. She immediately agreed in a crisp voice and got busy. Yang Han turned his head and saw Old Fan passing by with a load. He hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Old Fan, come in, come in. Cut me half a tail of mutton and a set of pig's pancreas." Old Fan was a person who carried a load and sold cooked food. Yang Han was familiar with him. When he heard him call, he hurriedly mustered up his courage and entered the shop. He put down the carrying pole and the chopping board on Yang Han's table. He picked up a piece of mutton and began to cut it. As he cut, he smiled and said, "Brother Han, you're looking for a better job. Where are you getting rich now?" Yang Han was waiting for him to say this. He arrogantly glanced around. Seeing that everyone was listening attentively, he smiled reservedly. Not really, not really. I'm just indebted to our Jiankang Prefecture's magistrate, Master Li, for his appreciation. Now, I'm a small steward in the Li estate." Old Fan was shocked. He exclaimed, "Io, that's amazing. A 7th-ranked official in front of the Prime Minister's door. Brother Han, now that you're a steward in Master Li's estate, I'm afraid your status isn't lower than Master Li's, right?" Yang Han smiled faintly. It wasn't good for him to flatter himself, but he didn't deny it either. Clearly, he tacitly agreed with Old Fan's words. Originally, why else would he be dressed like a flower with a hairpin and a sachet tied to his waist? Why else would he appear in the area he was previously in charge of? He was returning home in silken robes. Southern Song Chronicles 2/33xs/317/317/317/3175553/. Chapter 3189. Not only were Shang Yunqi, the elders and deacons aghast, but the elite disciples and guards were also in an uproar. Everyone was bluffing, wanting to use the reputation and prestige of the Joined Heaven sect to intimidate Ji Tianxing. Unexpectedly, Ji Tianxing did not fall for it at all and had already seen through the truth. How could they not be frightened and anxious? Many days ago, they had heard that Tianxing and Grand Prince Lien had a feud that would not end until one of them was dead. If not for the tense situation at the Green Jade Palace and the urgent need for reinforcements, the sect would have already sent experts to help Grand Prince Lien kill Ji Tianxing. Later, Ji Tianxing went south, killing people until their heads rolled and blood flowed. He also won the title of Killing God. Especially the battle outside the Raging Flame Royal City, Ji Tianxing's title of Killing God spread throughout the world, and his prestige reached its peak. The disciples and guards of the Joined Heaven sect knew that with their small number of people, they were not enough to kill Ji Tianxing. Fortunately, Shang Yunqi quickly calmed down and stabilized his footing. He looked at Ji Tianxing with a proud expression and sneered. "Brat, you are so arrogant that you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This is the headquarters of the Joined Heaven sect, not something the Raging Flame Divine Kingdom can compare to. Do you think we are afraid of you?" Our sect's protective array is the result of the painstaking efforts of several generations of sect masters. It can be said to be invincible under the Divine King realm. For more than 30,000 years, the protective array has never been broken. You can't even break the protective array, and you still dare to talk nonsense? What a joke! Hearing his words, the elders, deacons, disciples, and guards who were originally flustered immediately calmed down. Everyone thought about it and felt that the vice sect master's words made sense. Their protective array was invincible, so what was there to be afraid of? Thus, many deacons, disciples, and guards regained their confidence and began to mock Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing was not angry and sneered in a mocking tone. "I can't break your protective array? Then open your dog eyes wide and see clearly." Then he stopped talking and focused on breaking the formation. Now that he had used all of his power, the speed at which he was breaking the formation had increased significantly. The divine light of the defensive formation started to flicker, and the circulating divine power also started to be blocked. The light was bright and dim, and the divine power was strong and weak. Originally, he might need 4 hours to break this great formation. With his current speed, he would probably be able to finish it in 3 hours. Shang Yunqi, the elders, and the deacons saw the obvious changes in the divine formation. Their hearts were in their throats. Ji Tianxing's confidence and arrogance made them feel even more pressured and worried. Finally, Shang Yunqi could not withstand the pressure and decisively ordered, "All disciples, listen up. Use all your strength to maintain the sect protecting grand array. Deacons and elders, follow me and control the formation to counterattack. This seat wants to see just how capable that lawless little bastard is." Following his command, the 200 disciples and 800 guards unleashed their god force into the formation to protect the sect. The sect protecting grand array was replenished by the majestic god force, and its power increased by a few notches. The light also became more dazzling. At this time, Shang Yunqi, the 3 elders, and the 12 deacons worked together to control the formation and launched a counterattack. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Boom boom boom. The huge divine light shield released tens of thousands of blade lights and sword shadows, which rained down on Ji Tianxing like a storm. In the sky full of divine light, there were also hundreds of dazzling purple lightning bolts that blasted toward Ji Tianxing. At this critical moment, Ji Tianxing still did not move an inch. He did not even care about his own safety. He even had the time to remind Lin Shui, "Try to stay as far away as possible. Don't get hurt accidentally." Lin Shui was stunned and asked subconsciously, "You are in the most dangerous situation, and you still have the time to care about me?" Ji Tianxing did not answer. After all, the sky full of divine attacks had already descended and drowned his figure. At this critical moment, he used the infinite sky of turbidity secret technique, and his body became transparent and blurry. The divine light that covered the sky passed through him without any delay and landed on the calm surface of the lake. Instantly, a deafening sound exploded, and huge waves burst out of the lake. This was under the influence of the infinite sky of turbidity. 80% of the divine attacks were neutralized by the world. If not for this, the surrounding several hundred miles of lake surface would have dried up, revealing the bottom of the lake that was tens of thousands of feet deep. The heavenly sect's sect protecting grand array was unbelievably powerful. Bam bam bam. Hundreds of sword shadows hit the divine warship not far away, and there was a series of muffled sounds. The divine warship was knocked to the side and flashed with divine light. Cracks appeared on its surface, and it was slightly damaged. Lin Shui was shocked and angry. She finally believed Ji Tianxing's words. If they were too close, they would be accidentally injured. Seeing that Ji Tianxing was unharmed, she was relieved. She quickly retreated 1,000 miles and observed the situation on the lake. The sect protecting Grand Array's first round of attacks didn't hurt Ji Tianxing. Instead, it made the thousand-sun lake boil. Shang Yunqi, the 3 elders, and the deacons were all stunned. They found it unbelievable. "This is so strange. How can we not hit him?" Again. Shang Yunqi frowned and ordered another attack. Therefore he, the elders, and the deacons worked together to control the sect-protecting grand array again. They released the destructive light of the sacred tree and attacked Ji-Tianxing. Sword shadows and giant blades thousands of feet long rained down like a storm. All kinds of divine flames, icicles, lightning, and divine power shadows lit up the night sky, dazzling and eye-catching. This sect-protecting grand array, which was said to be invincible below the divine king level, released its strongest power, which could destroy tens of thousands of miles. However, a strange scene appeared again. The sky full of divine attacks and sword shadows all passed through Ji-Tianxing's shadow and scattered in the Thousand Sun Lake. Boom, 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 kaboom. A deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The surface of the lake, which was thousands of miles long, was shaking ceaselessly, rolling up huge waves that soared into the sky and splashing out a watery mist that blotted out the sun. However, Ji-Tianxing was still unharmed. This time, Xianxia, the 3 elders, and the 12 deacons opened their eyes wide and saw it clearly. Everyone was finally sure that it wasn't an illusion. It was real. Instantly, everyone was inexplicably shocked. Their hearts were in turmoil, and they couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it! How can this be? What the hell? Why can't we hit him? Despicable beast, what kind of sorcery did he use?" While everyone was shocked, their fear grew stronger and stronger. They didn't know what to do. Xianxia didn't give up. He continued to control the sect-protecting grand array and attacked 8 times in a row. The result didn't change at all. He completely gave up. Knowing that Ji-Tianxing was immune to all attacks, he gave up on attacking. Forget it. That kid's sorcery is too strange. No matter how we attack, it's useless. The only thing we can do now is to support the sect-protecting grand array and stop him from breaking it. Chapter 3190. Xianxia, the elders and deacons couldn't do anything to Ji-Tianxing. They also understood that as long as Ji-Tianxing maintained his transparent and blurry state, he would be invincible. No matter how powerful their attacks were, they couldn't hurt Ji-Tianxing at all. Since that was the case, they could only stop attacking and focus on the defense of the sect. Xianxia made up his mind to use the power of the sect's defensive array to compete with Ji-Tianxing in patience. They would see who could last until the end. Once Ji-Tianxing ran out of divine power and couldn't maintain his transparent and blurry state, it would be the best time for them to counterattack. Xianxia had reason to believe that no matter how strong Ji-Tianxing was, he couldn't break the sect's defensive array. He was very confident in the sect's defensive array. Together with him, the elders, deacons, disciples, and guards, they would definitely be able to defend the mountain gate. Sush. Xianxia, the 3 elders, and the 12 deacons worked together to release dazzling divine light and infuse it into the sect's defensive array. Instantly, the 5-colored light shield within a radius of more than 100 miles became even more dazzling. The divine array sped up and its power increased by 30%. Its defense also became stronger. However, the sect's defensive array only strengthened its defense and didn't release any attacks. This didn't affect Ji-Tianxing much. He stood in the sky as usual and focused on breaking the divine array. He formed a divine seal with both hands and waved it as fast as lightning. He continuously shot out divine light and infused it into the various meridians and nodes of the divine array. Under his control, the sect's defensive array was disintegrating. The meridians and nodes of the array were also destroyed and its power kept weakening. Therefore, the 2 sides engaged in a different kind of competition. Xianxia, the elders and deacons worked hard to increase the power of the sect's defensive array and replenish it with divine power. Meanwhile, Ji-Tianxing kept destroying the internal structure of the array, causing its power to weaken continuously. At the beginning, Xianxia and the others tried their best and could barely keep up with Ji-Tianxing's destructive speed. The 2 sides were barely at a stalemate. The sect's defensive array was weakening at an extremely slow speed. However, after only 30 minutes, Xianxia and the others couldn't hold on any longer. They couldn't use their full power for a long period of time, so the power of the protective formation naturally weakened. Ji Tianxing, on the other hand, was as calm as ever as he broke the formation and disintegrated the structure of the formation in an orderly fashion. As a result, the speed at which the power of the sect-protecting grand formation weakened gradually increased. An hour later, Shang Yunqi, the elders, deacons, and disciples were all gasping for breath. Their faces were pale and their backs were drenched in sweat. They had used up too much of their divine power, and their energy was somewhat empty. They were becoming more and more powerless. On the other hand, Ji Tianxing was still the same as before. His expression was calm as ever as he cast a spell to break the formation. It was as if his divine power was limitless and could never be used up. He didn't know what fatigue was. Shang Yunqi, the elders, and the deacons finally panicked, their hearts burning with anxiety. They saw with their own eyes that the five-colored brilliance of the grand protective formation grew dimmer and dimmer, and its aura grew weaker and weaker. At the same time, Ji Tianxing broke through the first layer of the formation, leaving a dent in the five-colored light barrier. It didn't take long for him to crack the second layer of the grand formation, causing the dents on the five-colored light shield to become even deeper. 2 hours passed. Ji Tianxing focused on cracking the third layer of the grand formation. This was also the last layer of the grand protective formation. Once it was broken, it would be completely finished. Shang Yunqi and the disciples of Heavenly Union sect all had their hearts in their throats. They all let out cries of horror, despair, and worry. Many disciples and guards were cursing angrily. They were extremely agitated. Shang Yunqi's expression was very ugly. His forehead was covered in cold sweat, and his eyes kept changing. He was very anxious. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind as he tried to think of a solution. What should we do? That brat is about to break the grand protective formation. Damn it. The grand protective formation of our sect is the result of the painstaking efforts of the previous sect masters. It has been strengthened and perfected countless times. How could it be broken so easily by him? That damn beast, what kind of demon is he? How can he be so abnormal? What should we do next? The sect master, the grand elder, and many elders, deacons, and elite disciples are all over at Green Jade Palace. Even if I send a message for help now, it will be too late. Could it be that I and more than 10,000 disciples and odd job workers are going to be buried here today? The sect that has been passed down for tens of thousands of years is about to be destroyed in my hands? No way. I have to think of a way. I have to save the sect and the lives of the disciples no matter what the price is. Shang Yunqi's attitude was very firm, and so was his will. However, he could not think of any other way. In addition to him, the 3 elders, 12 deacons, the martial emperors, and the guards had the same thought too. Everyone was panicking and anxious. They were all thinking what they should do when Ji Tianxing broke the grand protective formation and charged into the sect. Should they preserve their strength and integrity, face death calmly, and fight with their lives? Or should they lose their dignity and backbone, kneel down, surrender, and beg for mercy in order to survive? Would Tian Xing, the legendary cruel and bloodthirsty god of slaughter, let them go? What should they do? Hurry! Unknowingly, an hour and a half had passed. Just when everyone was at a loss for what to do, a crisp, crack sound suddenly rang in the air. At that moment, everyone fell silent. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and their expressions changed drastically as they stared at Ji Tianxing in unison. They saw that the deep dent in the 5-colored light shield in front of him had cracked. It had turned into a gap that was about 3 feet long and 3 feet wide. The grand protective formation had been broken in the end. Ji Tianxing waved his hand and shot out dozens of rays of divine light, which completely tore open the gap and expanded it to a radius of 10 feet. Suddenly, the sky was filled with shards of divine light and scattered on the surface of the lake. His figure flashed, and he passed through the gap, stepped into the 5-colored light shield, and went straight for the crowd. At that moment, Shang Yunqi, the 3 elders, the 12 deacons, and the thousands of disciples and guards felt their hearts stop beating. Their eyes were wide open, and they were filled with horror. Of course, everyone was only shocked for a moment before they came to their senses. Xianxia and the three elders exclaimed in shock. They instinctively waved their swords and sabers and roared angrily as they charged toward Ji Tianxing. Thief, don't even think about hurting the disciples of the He Tian sect. Bastard, I'll fight you to the death. Along with the earth-shattering roars, the four of them slashed their swords and sabers, releasing all kinds of divine powers, and charged toward Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing had no intention of stopping or dodging. He went straight for Xianxia and the others, holding the sword of burial of heaven in his right hand, and sword light filled the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of dazzling golden sword light hit the swords and sabers in the sky, and all the divine powers were smashed into pieces. The dazzling golden sword light was intact, and it still retained 70% of its power, and it hit Xianxia and the others again. With a series of muffled sounds, Xianxia, the three elders, and several deacons were all sent flying by the sword light, and blood splattered across the sky. Chapter 3191. Xianxia, the three elders, and several deacons flew dozens of miles away with blood spurting out of their bodies, crashing into the dense forest with a loud bang. Instantly, several large pits were smashed out of the forest, sending dust and wood chips flying all over the sky. Everyone landed in a sorry state with dusty faces and bloodstains all over their bodies. Their hearts were filled with shock. The other deacons and the thousands of disciples and guards were all shocked. All of them revealed a look of horror, their eyes filled with disbelief. Although everyone knew that Ji Tianxing's strength was very strong, they had not seen it before. They had never seen it with their own eyes, so they did not have a specific measure in their hearts. They never would have thought that Ji Tianxing was actually powerful to such an extent. Deputy Sect Master Xianxia and the three elders were all veteran high-level divine lords. Their strength and foundation were very strong. And those deacons were also all 5th-level divine lord realm and above. Everyone joined forces to attack, but they could not even block one move from Ji Tianxing and were beaten until their bodies were covered in blood. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? Looking at the entire mountain gate of He Tian sect, who else could resist Ji Tianxing? Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were covered in a haze, their mood depressed and desperate. At this time, the other deacons also came back to their senses. They roared in grief and indignation, waving their swords and sabers to give orders. All disciples and guards, listen up. Swear to defend the dignity of He Tian sect to the death. Our heads can be broken, blood can flow, but we would rather die standing than live kneeling. Charge. Want to destroy He Tian sect? Then you'll have to step over our dead bodies. As they roared, the 7 deacons charged at Ji Tianxing with the mentality of facing death with equanimity. The thousands of disciples and guards were also affected by the emotions of the deacons. Everyone was filled with pessimism and despair, and they launched a suicidal attack with the determination to die. It's time to repay the sect. Never give in, fight to the last moment. Many disciples and guards shouted heroic words and erupted with their strongest strength. Swoosh, swoosh. Thousands of blade lights and sword shadows instantly illuminated the night sky for thousands of miles around. The entire island was illuminated, and everyone's expression could be seen clearly. Everyone joined forces to besiege Ji Tianxing, releasing saber lights and sword shadows that poured down like a torrential flood, drowning his figure. However, a scene that made everyone despair appeared. Ji Tianxing, who was still very normal just a moment ago, once again used that evil divine ability. He became transparent and blurry. The sky full of divine attacks passed through him without any hindrance and scattered on the ground. Instantly, the grasslands and forests within 100 miles were blasted into ruins, leaving behind countless deep pits and ravines. Endless dust rose into the night sky and covered the entire island. The destructive impact caused the entire island to sway and shake violently. There was no doubt about the result. The island was heavily damaged. Half of the grasslands and forests were in ruins, but Ji Tianxing was safe and sound. Seizing this opportunity, he brandished the sword of burial of heaven, and sword radiance filled the sky as he attacked the numerous disciples and guards. Bang, 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 bang. Sword radiance flashed and sword chi filled the sky. The night sky was in chaos and blood splattered everywhere. The crowd was cut into pieces by the sword radiance, and countless broken limbs and blood splattered everywhere. At least 200 disciples and guards were killed on the spot by the sword radiance. Their bodies fell from the night sky and smashed into the ruins. There were even 4 unlucky deacons with the strength of a low-level divine lord who were killed on the spot by the sword radiance. In the blink of an eye, a quarter of the mighty group was gone, and their morale plummeted. Everyone was shocked and hesitant. They didn't dare to attack with all their might. At this time, the injured Shang Yunqi, 3 elders and 5 deacons charged back without any regard for their own safety. "Thief, I'll kill you. Give me your life. I'll tear you to pieces." Shang Yunqi and the others roared angrily and attacked even more crazily. They used their ultimate killing moves to besiege Ji Tianxing. This time, Ji Tianxing didn't even bother to use the everlasting sky of turbidity. He directly faced them head-on. He used his left hand to use the dragon elephant divine fist, and a mountain-sized dragon elephant image smashed everyone's divine skill into pieces. He waved his right hand and stabbed 99 times, releasing a destructive sword intent and divine power that enveloped Shang Yunqi and the others. Bang, bang, bang. 99 rainbow sword radiances tore through the night sky like lightning. They were extremely fast. Shang Yunqi and the others' divine souls were locked on, and they didn't even have a chance to escape. They were hit instantly. Bang, 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 bang. The sword radiances pierced through everyone's divine bodies, and a series of muffled sounds echoed in the night sky. Shang Yunqi's strength was relatively strong, and he managed to dodge the attack at the crucial moment, not letting the sword light strike his head. Even so, his abdomen and thigh were pierced by 2 sword radiances. His left leg was cut off on the spot, and there was a huge bloody hole in his abdomen. It was a shocking sight. However, he was secretly glad that he managed to keep his divine body and life. The other 3 elders and 5 deacons ended up in a much more miserable state. The 5 deacons' divine bodies were pierced through by the sword radiances, and they exploded into pieces, splattering blood everywhere. Even their divine sparks were shattered by the sword radiances and scattered in the night sky. 2 of the 3 elders were also killed. Their divine bodies and divine sparks were shattered. Only 1 elder managed to survive, but his divine body was shattered, and his divine sparks escaped into the distance. Therefore, the strongest people in this team were only Shang Yunqi and the 3 deacons. The remaining 700 disciples and guards were all below the Divine Lord realm. They could only be cannon fodder. For a moment, the night sky quieted down. Shang Yunqi breathed heavily as he circulated his energy to suppress his injuries. The 3 injured deacons also hurriedly took divine pills. As for the disciples and guards, they held their weapons and surrounded Ji Tianxing, but they didn't dare to attack. Both sides were in a stalemate. As long as Ji Tianxing attacked again, he would be able to kill everyone in a few moves. At this moment, a divine light that blotted out the sky lit up in the mountains 100 miles away. There were densely packed figures, like fireflies that filled the sky, rushing over while shouting. Ji Tianxing, Shang Yunqi, and the others saw clearly with a sweep of their divine senses. Those were thousands of Jointian sect disciples. Most of them were outer sect disciples, and there were also a large number of servants, guards, and odd job workers. In short, they were all a motley crew below the 7th level celestial god realm. Of course, although those 6,000 people were weak, their will was as strong as an impregnable fortress, and they charged over bravely. This made Shang Yunqi, the deacons, and disciples feel warmth in their hearts. They were touched and proud. At the very least, at the juncture of life and death, the Jointian sect disciples were very unyielding and didn't embarrass the sect. However, Shang Yunqi closed his eyes in pain, hot tears flowing down his face. He struggled painfully in his heart, and after weighing the pros and cons for a moment, he made a decision that the disciples and guards found unbelievable. Chapter 3192. Just when the deacons, disciples, and guards were feeling proud and excited, Xianxia, who was at the front of the crowd, suddenly bowed deeply to Tianxing. He lowered his head and suppressed the great humiliation and anger, and said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Tianxing, I admit defeat. Although it is said that you are cruel, bloodthirsty, and evil, I believe in you. However, I believe in my own judgment. I definitely won't misjudge someone. A peerless expert with such outstanding talent and tyrannical strength like you must have the demeanor and bearing of an expert. I am willing to admit defeat on the spot. I only beg you to let these innocent disciples and guards go, and let the He Tian sect live." Although Xianxia's voice was not loud, it spread clearly throughout the island. At that instant, over 700 disciples and guards were stunned on the spot as if they had been petrified. Even the 6,000-plus disciples, guards, and odd job workers who were hurrying over a few dozen kilometers away stopped in their tracks. Everyone's faces were filled with astonishment. They thought they had misheard. Everyone could not believe that the deputy sect leader, who had always been high and mighty, actually surrendered to the enemy. Moreover, the deputy sect leader wanted to commit suicide on the spot in exchange for the lives of everyone and preserve the foundation of the He Tian sect. This was simply unbelievable. If they did not hear it with their own ears, they would never believe that these words came from the deputy sect leader's mouth. At this moment, it was not only Xianxia's shame. Countless disciples, guards, and handymen of the He Tian sect, a total of more than 10,000 people, felt extremely humiliated and angry. So, after everyone came to their senses, they immediately burst into earth-shattering shouts. Countless disciples and guards desperately tried to persuade and stop Xianxia. "Deputy sect leader, why did you surrender to the thief? Didn't we say that we would rather die standing than live kneeling? Deputy sect leader, we can still fight, please don't surrender. We would rather fight to the death with the enemy than surrender in humiliation. My life was given by the He Tian sect. Today, I will return it to the He Tian sect. Please allow me to fight. I will also fight to the last moment and live and die with the sect. Deputy sect leader, how can you surrender? Where is the dignity and backbone of our sect?" Not only the disciples, but the 3 surviving deacons were also agitated and tried to dissuade Xianxia. However, Xianxia remained unmoved and continued to maintain a bowing posture. The commotion became more and more ferocious. More than 6,000 disciples and odd job workers arrived, and the scene became even more chaotic. The discussions and dissuasion of thousands of people converged into a huge sound wave torrent that was deafening. Seeing this, Xianxia decisively shouted angrily, "Silence! Everyone should be quiet. Where is the decency?" The dignified and oppressive sound waves enveloped the entire island. Everyone shut their mouths, and the night sky quieted down. Xianxia then looked at Tianxing and earnestly said, "Young Master Tianxing, you and Grand Prince Lin have a deep enmity that will not end until one of you is dead. Prince Lin is the head disciple of our sect, so it's reasonable for you to deal with our sect. However, this is between you, Prince Lin, and us. Please do not involve the innocent disciples and odd job workers. I also understand that you want to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots to prevent future trouble. This is human nature. However, you are a top expert, and only the top divine lords are worthy of being your opponent. These 10,000 disciples, odd job workers, and servants are all old, weak, sick, and disabled. They pose no threat to you at all. You are a top expert. Don't tell me you don't even have this little bit of tolerance? Young Master Tianxing, please be merciful and allow me to kill myself on the spot, and you can leave now. Young Master, please grant my wish." Xianxia's tone was very sincere, and he bowed deeply after speaking. The 6,000 disciples, guards, and odd job workers no longer clamored, discussed, or dissuaded him. No matter how stupid they were, they understood the deputy sect leader's good intentions, sacrificing him in exchange for the survival of more than 10,000 people and preserving the foundation of the He-Tian sect. This was definitely a great profit. As long as everyone was still alive, the He-Tian sect still existed, and the He-Tian sect would not perish. In the future, when the sect leader, Grand Elder, and the elites of the sect returned, the He-Tian sect would be able to recover to its peak. In fact, the sect leader and Grand Supreme Elder could even kill Tian Xing to avenge those who had died. Thinking of this, everyone fell silent. Everyone looked at Shang Yunqi with eyes full of gratitude and admiration. However, Shang Yunqi's idea was good, but the decision was not in his hands. Everyone's eyes gathered on Ji Tianxing, waiting for his decision. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Ji Tianxing stared at Shang Yunqi indifferently and said in a cold tone, "Shang Yunqi, you are indeed a cunning old fox. You know how to choose and weigh the pros and cons. That's right. I came today with no intention of letting you go. You will undoubtedly die. But you know that if you fight to the end, the He-Tian sect will be completely wiped out, and the mountain will no longer exist. At that time, you and Prince Lien will be the sinners who caused the destruction of the He-Tian sect, and you will go down in history in infamy. Therefore, you choose to kill yourself on the spot." Not only can you save everyone's lives and the He-Tian sect's foundation, but you can also win a good reputation. You are really calculating. Ji Tianxing exposed Shang Yunqi's thoughts, but Shang Yunqi did not refute. He bowed again and said in a sincere tone, "Young Master Tianxing, please be magnanimous and grant me my wish." Ji Tianxing nodded slightly. His lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "Good. I can grant you your wish and allow you to kill yourself on the spot. However, you have to hand over Prince Lien or tell me his whereabouts. Otherwise, I will still kill everyone here, destroy this island, and erase the name of the heavenly sect from existence." Ji Tianxing had already expected that Prince Lien might not be here. After such a long battle and such a big commotion, Prince Lien would have appeared if he was in the sect. As expected, Shang Yunqi hesitated for a moment before saying in a trembling voice, "With your strength and means, you will definitely be a top expert in the great Yan Empire in the future. I will believe you this time." Prince Lien did not return to the Thousand Sun Lake, nor is he in the sect. The last time I contacted him was 3 days ago. He said in the Jade Slip that the sect's defense is weak and might not be able to withstand your attack. Therefore, he will not return to the sect. He will find another place to hide. That's all I know. Ji Tianxing immediately frowned and sneered disdainfully. "Shang Yunqi, do you still dare to hide the truth from me? I will give you one last chance. You know what I mean." Shang Yunqi's expression changed, and he frowned deeply. His eyes were filled with melancholy and struggle. Although what he said was the truth, he did have some reservations and didn't reveal everything. Since Ji Tianxing was so shrewd, he could not hide it anymore. He could only send a voice transmission. "Young Master Tianxing, I really don't know where Prince Lien is. He is very cautious. How can he tell me this secret that concerns his life? However, I can tell you that he only has 3 choices now." Chapter 3193. Prince Lien was cautious and suspicious. He knew that Ji Tianxing would attack He-Tian sect, so how could he tell Shang Yunqi the escape route? However, Shang Yunqi knew Prince Lien very well and knew some of his secrets. At this critical juncture, Shang Yunqi had to tell the truth to save the lives of the 10,000 disciples and He-Tian sect's tens of thousands of years of history. Prince Lien's first choice was to not tell anyone and hide in a remote place where he could slowly build up his strength. As long as he doesn't show up, the great Yan Empire is so vast that you won't be able to find him. His second choice was to escape to Pure Wind Prefecture. Many years ago, he secretly built a palace in a secret realm in Pure Wind Prefecture so that he could take refuge in an emergency. He thought that he was very secretive and that we didn't know. Actually, the sect leader and I both know about this. Ji Tianxing raised his eyebrows and a trace of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. This was because he could guess the two choices that Shang Yunqi had mentioned. When he had refined Lien Er's soul memories, he had learned many of Prince Lien's secrets. One of them was the palace in a secret realm in Pure Wind Prefecture. Ji Tianxing frowned at Shang Yunqi and asked, "What about the third choice?" This. Shang Yunqi hesitated and stammered. Prince Lien's third choice was, of course, to seek protection from the sect leader. He is the last disciple of the sect leader, so the sect leader will protect him no matter what. You can shut up now. Ji Tianxing sneered and glanced at Shang Yunqi coldly. Obviously, Shang Yunqi was hiding the truth again. Ji Tianxing exposed him mercilessly and sneered, "Now that things have come to this, you still want to hide the news of the Green Jade Palace? I know that Prince Lien has most likely gone to Hetian Sect's sect leader. However, Hetian Sect's sect leader and Grand Elder, as well as many elders, deacons, and elite disciples, are guarding the Green Jade Palace." Suddenly hearing these words, Shang Yunqi was stunned on the spot. His eyes widened, revealing a face full of shock. He did not dare to believe that Ji Tianxing actually knew this secret. "That's not right. How could you possibly know about the Green Jade Palace?" The 50 factions had formed an alliance, and they would all keep it a secret. They wouldn't dare to leak it out. "How did you know? It must be one of the powers that went against the agreement." Ji Tianxing sneered. "That's right. It was one of those forces that leaked this secret to me. The one who leaked the news is none other than the Hetian sect." "This is impossible," Shang Yunqi said angrily in a low voice. "Even among the disciples of our sect, only those who stayed in the Green Jade Palace know this secret. Other than that, there's only me and the 3 elders. No one can reveal the secret. You're lying." Ji Tianxing lost interest in talking and said coldly, "Shang Yunqi, this monarch is very disappointed in you. You seem to be very sincere. You want to use your life to exchange for everyone's life, and you also want to protect the foundation of the Hetian sect. But in reality, you've been hiding the truth from me. As for the 3 choices you mentioned, this monarch already knew about them and already had an answer in his heart. Now, you haven't fulfilled my request, so..." Hearing this, Shang Yunqi's expression changed dramatically, and his eyes widened in horror. He glared at Ji Tianxing and roared at the top of his lungs, "No! Tianxing, you can't go back on your words and go back on your words. You've already agreed to my request in front of everyone. Now you want to go back on your words? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed by the world and sullied your reputation? Moreover, the 3 possibilities I told you have a high chance of success. That's the only place left for Prince Lien." Fortunately, the 2 of them had been talking through telepathy, and no one else had heard it. Otherwise, there were more than 6,000 disciples, guards, and odd-job workers present. Once the news of the Green Jade Palace was leaked, it would quickly spread. At that time, the 50 factions alliance would be destroyed, and it would lead to disputes and chaos. If the various factions traced the source and found out that it was the Hetian sect who leaked the news, the result could be imagined. The Hetian sect would not only be expelled from the 50 factions, but they would also become the target of public criticism. In any case, Shang Yunqi could not bear this responsibility. Ji Tianxing stared at Shang Yunqi sharply and said in a deep voice, "Shang Yunqi, I did promise you and give you a chance. But that's based on the fact that you don't hold anything back and are honest and straightforward. Unfortunately, you've been hiding the truth and trying to deceive me. Don't blame me for being ruthless." Shang Yunqi was trembling with anger, and his face was pale. He shouted angrily, "Then what do you want?" Ji Tianxing said in a dignified tone, "It's very simple. Either you kill yourself, and I'll leave after killing all 6,000 people present. The remaining 10,000 people and the Hetian sect's wealth will all be preserved. Or you resist, and I'll kill everyone, completely destroy this island and the Hetian sect." Shang Yunqi was so angry that his eyes almost popped out. He shouted, "You've gone too far." "So what?" Ji Tianxing sneered contemptuously. "Don't forget your situation. The decision is in my hands, and your life and death are in my hands. You..." Xianxia was speechless for a moment. He was so angry that he could not speak. However, he also understood that what Ji Tianxing said was reasonable. If he was Ji Tianxing, he would not even give the chance to kill himself. He would definitely kill everyone and destroy the He Tian sect. Cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots was a wise move. Ji Tianxing was willing to give him a chance and preserve the He Tian sect's wealth. This was already very benevolent. After a long silence, Shang Yunqi's anger gradually dissipated. He seemed to have been drained of all his strength. He raised his head in a daze and glanced at the audience with dim eyes. Finally, his gaze returned to Ji Tianxing, and he smiled bitterly. You win. Everyone here and I will all die. But this is the bottom line of the He Tian sect. Please keep your promise. Otherwise, even if we die, we will curse you forever. Ji Tianxing sneered. No matter what, I have a bottom line more than all of you. Hearing this, Shang Yunqi was relieved. He smiled hopelessly and said, Thank you, goodbye. When his voice fell, he used all his power to shatter his godhead. Bang! With a muffled sound, his body exploded on the spot and blood splattered all over the sky. 12 pieces of godhead shards also flew in the blood rain and scattered in the night sky. The deputy sect master of the He Tian sect, an 8th degree realm upper divine monarch, committed suicide in front of everyone. More than 6,000 disciples, guards, and odd job workers roared in pain, anger, and unwillingness. Countless people's eyes were scarlet red. They waved their swords wildly and charged towards Ji Tianxing. Ji Tianxing did not waste any time. He waved his hand and activated the Heaven Punishment Sword Array, summoning 25,000 divine swords. They covered the sky and covered the earth, enveloping everyone in the field. Chapter 3194. Bang! Bang bang bang. The sky was full of divine swords, blooming with dazzling divine light, drowning more than 6,000 people. Tens of thousands of swords shuttled back and forth, sword chi crisscrossing the area within 100 miles. Deafening muffled sounds, painful screams, and angry shouts converged into a huge sound wave torrent, shaking the entire island. Such a terrifying movement lasted for a full 10 breaths before gradually dissipating. More than 100 miles away, the tens of thousands of people hiding in the mountain gate of the He Tian sect trembled in fear when they saw the sword light that blotted out the sky. They didn't know the specific situation and only thought that Ji Tianxing was on a killing spree and that no one could stop him. The experts and elite disciples guarding the sect were all dead. Even the outer sect disciples, guards, and handymen with average combat strength were slaughtered. The remaining tens of thousands of people were old, weak, sick, and disabled, and their strength was not worth mentioning. They all had a premonition that when Ji Tianxing came, they would die without a burial place. Therefore, an atmosphere of despair shrouded the entire He Tian sect. However, the development of things was not what they expected. After 10 breaths, the tens of thousands of giant swords that blotted out the sky disappeared. Heaven and earth returned to silence. More than 6,000 disciples, guards, and handymen were turned into a rain of blood and powder, scattered in the ruins. They were all dead, and no one was left alive. Only a white-robed figure was left standing alone in the night sky. He glanced at the mountain gate of the He Tian sect, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the night sky. There was a dead silence in the mountain gate. Tens of thousands of people held their breath, waiting for death to come. 20 breaths, 50 breaths, 100 breaths passed. The entire island was silent, and there was no divine light or sound. That frightening white-robed figure also disappeared without a trace. Nearly 10,000 disciples and servants of the He Tian sect gradually came to their senses. The fear and despair in their hearts slowly dissipated, and many people tried to fly out of the mountain gate to explore the outside world with their divine sense. When they found that Ji Tianxing had left the island, they immediately burst into cheers of joy. Countless people showed a relieved expression, and their faces were full of the joy of surviving a disaster. The black divine ship flew in the night sky, heading straight to the east. In the cockpit of the divine warship, Ji Tianxing sat at the side, silently thinking about something. Lin Shui was in charge of steering the ship, but she was not focused. She kept turning her head to observe Ji Tianxing's reaction. The atmosphere had been silent for an hour. Shui Lin finally couldn't help but ask, "Hey." No wonder the sect master of the He Tian sect took away most of the elites and left their base behind. It's a God King's cave abode. If the He Tian sect successfully enters the cave abode and obtains the God King's inheritance, divine weapons, and secret techniques, that's terrifying. It won't be long before the He Tian sect can nurture a God King. There's no God King in the entire Great Yan Empire. Once the He Tian sect has a God King, they'll be able to dominate the Great Yan Empire and even replace it. Shui Lin was well aware of the stakes involved. She knew better than anyone how attractive a God King's cave abode was. However, Ji Tianxing added, the God King's cave abode is called the God King's cave abode. It's the God King's cave abode. It's the God King's cave abode from 10,000 years ago. The God King came from the Great Yan Empire and was famous in the northern region. However, he disappeared 10,000 years ago. The first to discover the God King's cave abode was from the other factions. When the news spread, all the top factions in the Great Yan Empire wanted a piece of the pie. Even the Great Yan imperial family wanted to take it for themselves. However, more than 40 factions resisted stubbornly. The Great Yan imperial family had no choice but to compromise. In the end, 50 factions formed an alliance and joined forces to explore the God King's cave abode. They've been researching it for more than 9 years. When she heard this, Lin Shui was taken aback. She frowned with a strange expression. Is there something wrong with the sect master of the He Tian sect? What are the chances of the He Tian sect succeeding when 50 factions are fighting over the God King's Green Jade Palace? Is it necessary to give up their base just for the God King's Green Jade Palace? Ji Tianxing waved his hand and said, "You're wrong. The 50 factions are divided into their strengths and weaknesses. There's no doubt that the Great Yan imperial family is the most powerful, followed by the 9 great sects and the noble clans. These 10 factions are the most powerful ones. The other 40 factions are just there to serve as a contrast. Moreover, after the 50 alliances open the God King's Green Jade Palace, they won't swarm in. They'll draw lots and compete to select a portion of them to enter the palace." Chapter 3195. After listening to Ji Tianxing's explanation, Lin Shui roughly understood. She nodded slightly and said, "I see." In other words, the top 10 factions will most likely be able to enter the Divine Palace. As for the other 40 factions, they are just there to serve as a foil. It will be very difficult for them to enter the Divine Palace. The Heavenly Unity sect is one of the top 10 factions and has more than a 90% chance of entering the Divine Palace. Therefore, the Heavenly Unity sect master treats the Green Jade Palace as a treasure that can turn the situation around and refuses to give it up. That's right. Ji Tianxing nodded and added, "To the Heavenly Unity sect master, as long as he and the elite forces are still there, the Heavenly Unity sect will not be destroyed. Most of the people guarding the sect are burdens and trash. They will not feel bad even if they die. When he enters the Green Jade Palace and obtains the Green Jade Supreme Being's inheritance and mystic techniques, the Heavenly Unity sect will be able to rise again. By then, the Heavenly Unity sect will be even more glorious and powerful. It will not be a problem to recruit as many disciples, guards, and servants as it wants." Lin Shui pursed her lips and said disdainfully, "In that case, the Heavenly Unity sect master is really a good-for-nothing. He doesn't care about the lives of his disciples at all." Ji Tianxing chuckled and said, "Do you think everyone is as stupid as you? Before disbanding the Bloodblade sect, you gave away all your wealth?" Lin Shui's pretty face turned red, but she straightened her neck and asked, "So what? I gave away my wealth. Who can stop me?" Ji Tianxing was speechless. Lin Shui had won the argument. Seeing his helpless and bitter smile, she was very pleased and proud. At the same time, at the northwest border of the Great Yan Empire, there was a region of clouds that spanned 1,000,000 miles. There were endless mountains and forests in the world, but they were all covered by clouds. This region was called the Cloud Sea Mystic Realm. This mystic realm was very special. It looked like it was formed by clouds and there was nothing special about it. However, in fact, this cloud sea had existed for tens of thousands of years and had never disappeared. The cloud sea contained a special power that seemed to be able to distort space. Countless experts had entered it, but it was as if they had fallen into a maze and could not walk out. Those who had specially entered the cloud sea to take the risk to explore the secret of the cloud sea often did not know how to do it. Once they entered the sea of clouds, they would lose their sense of direction. It would be difficult for them to distinguish north from south, front from back, left from right. After making a few rounds and flying for a certain distance, he would strangely appear outside the cloud sea. If that was all there was to it, the sea of clouds wouldn't be attractive enough. It would just be a little strange. However, in the tens of thousands of years since ancient times, there were always some lucky people who managed to enter the cloud sea secret realm and leave alive. Moreover, they had obtained all sorts of fortuitous encounters in the cloud sea secret realm. Some people picked up the secrets of divine abilities, some obtained half of a divine art, some picked up divine weapons, some gained enlightenment, and some were enlightened by the divine king in their dreams. Of course, there were also people who obtained powerful divine beasts or rare treasures in the cloud sea secret realm. Most of the various legends had been verified and proved to be real. This attracted countless supreme Dao powerhouses to advance dauntlessly and enter the cloud sea secret realm to explore. Even if 70 to 80% of the people who entered the secret realm would die, it could not stop the greed of the adventurers. At this moment, in the deepest part of the cloud sea secret realm, the blazing sun shone on the boundless sea of clouds, causing the sea of clouds to be hazy with 5 colors. It was magnificent and magnificent. In the middle of the brilliant halo, there was a transparent, illusory, and hazy divine palace, emitting a faint divine light. It was impossible to see the shadow of the divine palace from 1,000 miles away. Even if it was 1,000 miles away, it could not be seen clearly. It was blurry and hazy. The image of the mysterious divine palace was like a mirage. It was close at hand, but it was far away and untouchable. Outside the lofty divine palace, there were tall and solemn palace walls. In the sea of clouds surrounding the palace walls, there were 50 balls of 5-colored divine light scattered. There were hundreds to thousands of people in each 5-colored light shield. They were all elite powerhouses and powerhouses. Obviously, those were the 50 powerhouses of the Alliance, the most powerful forces of the Great Yan Empire. The gate of the palace walls had long been opened, and the defense divine array had been broken. Close to 100 Sir God powerhouses with different appearances and extraordinary clothes were surrounding the huge bronze gate of the divine palace. Although there were many people, the scene was very quiet and not noisy. Many of the overlords looked serious and focused. They silently observed the huge bronze gate and whispered a few words occasionally. Yi Wuji, the sect master of the Hetian sect, was also among the crowd. He was fully focused on observing the defense divine array. Many people thought that the sect master of the Hetian sect must be a white-haired elder. Even if he was a bit younger, he would be a middle-aged divine clan member. But in fact, Yi Wuji had a technique to retain his youthful appearance. He looked like he was only about 30 years old. He was wearing a dark purple robe embroidered with fire phoenixes and golden patterns. He was tall and strong, and his face was handsome and resolute. He exuded the majesty and dominance of a superior. Even though he and Prince Lien were master and disciple, when the two of them stood together, they looked more like brothers. At this moment, a white-haired elder in a purple robe hurried to the huge bronze gate with a serious expression. He came to Yi Wuji with a serious face, bowed respectfully and said, "Sect Master, something bad has happened." This fat white-haired elder was the Grand Elder of the Hetian sect and Yi Wuji's right-hand man. Yi Wuji's thoughts were interrupted by the Grand Elder, But he didn't get angry. He turned around and glanced at the Grand Elder. Seeing the Grand Elder's pale face and the sadness and anger in his eyes, Yi Wuji raised his eyebrows. Grand Elder, you're so old, but you still don't have enough patience. Although you're trying your best to suppress the anger and murderous intent in your heart. But people with discerning eyes can still see some clues. Yi Wuji turned around and continued to stare at the huge bronze gate, carefully observing the divine array. Seeing his reaction, the Grand Elder became anxious. He couldn't help but say in a more serious tone, "Sect Master, something big has really happened. Why are you still in the mood to educate me?" Yi Wuji turned his back to him and asked calmly, "What happened? Was Wang Lin killed on the way? Or did God of Killing Tianxing break into the Thousand Sun Lake?" The Grand Elder couldn't wait to say, "Last night, that bastard broke into the Thousand Sun Lake, broke the sect-protecting array of our sect, and killed more than 7,000 people. The 3 elders, 12 deacons, and all the elite disciples, outer disciples, and guards who stayed in the sect were all killed. Even the vice-sect master was forced to commit suicide in public by that bastard." Yi Wuji couldn't help but tremble when he heard the news. No matter how calm Yi Wuji was, he couldn't help but tremble. His calm face froze in an instant. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in his eyes. If one looked closely, they would find that his eyes were full of shock and disbelief. However, other than that, Yi Wuji didn't have any other reaction. After 3 breaths of silence, he suppressed his surprise and anger and said in a low voice, "All of us underestimated that guy. He deserves the title of God of Killing." Translator, trans and editor, that you're tuning into the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.